Give me love. Look at that. All right. We are recording. We have not quite gone live, but it's happening soon. Here we go. Here we go. Interesting that it would start with a commercial. All right, everybody. I'm going to let Mr. Chimera into the room. We are recording. We're custom live on YouTube. I guess what I would say is welcome everybody to Hash Church 5.0, episode 20. I actually didn't even set up my earphones, so I won't be hearing anything that Chimera is saying right now. How about now? Are you there?
I got it.
I got it too. Beautiful, brother. Nice to see you.
You as well. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you perfectly.
Lovely. How
Yes.
how was your weekend going?
My weekend was pretty good. We've kind of been going through this whole landslide in Lions Bay where I live, and it's been pretty heavy. Just today, they lowered the mast of the flag and announced the name of the couple that were perished in the landslide. I guess it's such a crazy story. They're an older couple. They were at the hospital all night because the man wasn't feeling well. And so they were in Squamish at the hospital all night. They come home for 8 in the morning. Their bedroom is on the side of their house. They go and get in bed just to catch a couple more hours of sleep. And within an hour, a landslide takes out their house and kills them both. So this is life. This is, your decisions matter. All your decisions matter. And there truly is like when my father passed away the way he passed away, I truly believed in fate, where people would be like, oh my God, that's devastating. And I'm sitting there with my psychedelic mind thinking every single choice he made in his entire life led him to that moment. How could that be a mistake?
Yeah, well, there's that whole thing, live by the sword, die by the sword, right?
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Welcome, Johnny B.
that was a tragedy when that happened, but we have
Yeah.
to go on with life, and it's like it's like you're kind of saying the choices that you make in life matter, the things that you do matter. When you lose someone that's close to you, you realize how fleeting it all is, and what other choice is there to just try to be a good person and be enjoy life, right? Enjoy life, like find the good out of life because there's always going to be tragedy around us all. And I mean, Johnny, you're a great example of that. Look at you, get up and get it done. Don't let the difficult challenges that you face in life be your limiting factors.
Well,
What?
he also shows that when it's not your time, it's not your time. Because this
Right.
fucking guy has like holy shit, fallen
But, you
off a
know,
30-foot scissor lift. How many car accidents, honestly, John? Like how
well,
many perishable?
I was headed on by a dump truck. I hit a telephone pole at 100K, cut my park lane in half. I've been in some pretty lessons, and life is about moments. Don't wait for them, create them, and create the moment you want to create. And everything that's happened to me, life's been happening for me because I really realized that all of these traumas that happened to me helped me build to who I am today. Because I wasn't going to lay down and take it. It built me up. Like we all learn from our problems, and experience comes with making mistakes. Mistakes is it gives us experience, right?
Well,
So
it built you up, but it also like took I don't even know what the words to say. I just remember that you were much more when I met you, dude. You must have been 240 pounds when I met you.
33, yeah, 240.
233, all right. So you're like a much like, dude, you lost 100 pounds. You're like the most active person I know. You're on it, dude.
It's from farming to freedom. That's why, that's what happened right there. I mean, it was really, really understanding is it was the farmers, everything else that was driving me. It was the cannabis community, it was everybody, and it was, of course, myself too for pushing forward. We all have that ability. You have it, I have it. Everybody here can do that. It's just called discipline. It's getting out of bed. It's what got me out of the wheelchair. It's what pushed me through everything. Constant, never-ending improvement every day, right? You only got one choice in life. That's your emotional mind. You can control one thing, how you take it here. So that's one
Yeah.
thing, right? Who is your team? You. Rule number two, accept it's all on you right there. What you perceive, your emotional mind drives you every day. So identify how you want to feel. And it's my bong rips and it's the community and it's the emotion that we get here every day. And great morning, Wade. You know what? It's great to see everybody here. That's what we're here to do, is to celebrate how far we've come and what we can do and how we can kind of see where we're going. My dad was here yesterday and he goes, yeah, he goes, yeah, so you're talking about crazy stuff. I said, yeah, I said that at 16 too, and here I am with that crazy stuff, right? So don't live your life, I mean, don't dream your life, live your dreams. I say it every morning. What do you
I
Having
want?
like it.
spent some time with Johnny, I mean, there really are a few people in the world that have that verve and positive outlook and just go get it done every day. So it's nice to see.
Dude, I remember when he was doing it when he was completely sick, completely destroyed, completely like just everything was not the way he wanted it to be. I met him at the Cannabis Cup. He was selling maintainers for this other company, and he was like their booth was across from mine. It was one of the last booths that was in that shipyard, in that
Yeah.
building that was for ships. I don't know if you remember that one, Chimera. It was one of the last ones. And
No, I
he's out,
didn't go to the
he's
ones after
oh,
the
okay.
milk bag.
Right,
Milk bag was
yeah.
my era. Yeah.
That's good. Melkvig was the good era. Anyway, Johnny B's in the middle, and he's like, he stood there for probably 14 hours. Yeah, waterproof, airproof, airtight, and I'm just looking at this guy like, I know the shape I'm in, and I know how I feel at the end of a 15 to 18 hour Cannabis Cup day, because I would do like 10 to 12 hours at the PAX Party House or wherever the main event was. Then I would go get a booth at the Milkveg and stay there till 2 or 3 in the morning. So I was doing
Mm,
like 18-hour days.
I
And I
remember.
was crushed at the end of it. My feet hurt, like my back was crushed, and I'm not even like destroyed. John was rocking like 80 extra pounds. He had like had multiple operations on his neck and spine. Like it was insane. And I remember actually taking the guy aside, the big guy. Was that Kurt? Kirk?
Right.
Kurt. And I was like, listen, dude, whatever you do, don't ever let this fucking guy go. I've never seen anyone work harder in my life. And he is like disadvantaged for the other people he was working way harder than like young, healthy people. And that's kind of what caught my eye about John. And then, as luck would have it, we would bump into each other on the plane ride home, sitting actually right next to each other. That's how I met Johnny
The
B.
whole trip back, the whole trip back was like you're like a brother I had never talked to, and since then we became best friends. We hung out. I love you. You're like a brother from another mother, and it's like Ryan, like you came over here, brother from another mother. Like we all have this passion. Wait, like a passion creates creation, and that's all it was. I was so passionate about it. I loved it. I love it. I love it. I
Awesome.
mean, it's what we love to do here, and that's what we get to show up here, and all the other people showing up here today saying good morning, good morning. You're here because of passion, and you're seeing it, and you love it, and we get to thrive with that together and create what we're going through and see the new era we're about ready to embark on 2025. Look at that
I, I
2025.
really, I really like and admire that you say that we get to, right? It's like the way you approach every day is like we get to do this, and it's true. Like we live a pretty privileged, life getting to do this work. And we put the effort in, we put the work in, and anybody in the chat that wants to do it too, all you have to do is put the work in, put the effort in.
Sure, discipline.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing in life, and I tell this to young people all the time when I get asked for advice, and I said this to some children actually. I was at my son's school the other day, and they were all building gingerbread houses in this classroom. There was like 25 10-year-old little boys and little girls with maybe 3 or 4 adults helping. And I'm telling you, the vibe in this room was so good. And you could clearly see the different personalities, the ones that were just so focused on like making their gingerbread house, like the way they wanted to make it. And then there were a few kids they were a little standoffish. And I told those kids, I said, listen, the only reason you're standoffish right now is because you're afraid to make a mistake. I'm here to tell you that making a mistake is not only okay, it's essential. You will never become the person you're supposed to become if you do not make those mistakes. And I told them that their podium wins in life will not define them. Their mistakes will. So make as many mistakes as you possibly can. That's how we grow. That's how we learn. It's unfortunate that social media took such a shallow stance and all we do is celebrate our podium wins with one another because it's those failures and mistakes that lead us to those podium wins. And those are what's really responsible for our wins. But we don't tend to give credit to our mistakes and to our losses,
Well, there's this
unfortunately.
whole
So.
humility thing and ego thing. We don't want to acknowledge our losses, right?
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's,
as Mike Tyson said after he licked the toad, if you are not humble in this world will dress humility upon you. So remember that.
well, and that, I mean, look at the fucking Jake Paul fight. That was some humility for everybody that we were embarrassed to have to watch that and call it a fight. So yeah, you we all, it's social media. It became this like let's pretend a life, right?
Yeah,
Not what
it's true.
real life is.
Well,
No,
So
it's true.
biggest thing in life, problems make us grow. We're not unique. We're not unique. We all run patterns, right? So problems are what makes you grow. And once you realize that problems make you grow and you learn from your problems, you can then look at everything as a lesson. And I look at life as I get to learn,
yeah,
and
well,
not yet.
yeah, life again, social media, everybody talks about the good stuff, but it's like life is full of challenges. That's how you deal with those challenges and keep on going. That defines you, right?
Yeah.
So
Don't be
Now,
afraid to have a piece of humble pie. It's tasty. It's actually really good. And if you
you
don't eat humble pie, you'll be eating a giant plate of shit somewhere down the line. So, so
yeah,
just
exactly.
eat the humble pie. It might be a little sour, it might be a little this, that, but it won't be a giant plate of shit. I can promise you that. Oh my goodness, Bingo's mentioning something. I gotta give shouts out to my good friend Martin Brizzle, who is closing his doors of his
wow.
absolutely epic and legendary bong shop, Roer. The name Roer, for those of you that don't know, came from microorganism. Roer is in the middle of the word microorganism, right at the end of pro and at the beginning of org. That's how he came up with the name. I'm not even sure where my Ruhr connection came with Martin. It must be 25 years, I would think. I shared many a booth with him at the Cannabis Cup in Amsterdam, Ruhr and Bubble Man and Bubble Bags. We shared many, many booths together. I was lucky enough to drive to Frankenthal, Germany years ago and visit the factory, visit the where they made all the beautiful pipes and bring a couple of US glassblowers with me. I brought Steve Hops and Nate Dizzle. Dizzle's known for the Swiss Perk, and Steve is known for the inline, which is the pipe that has that little kind of, instead of the piece going like this, he turned it sideways and put it right on the bottom of the front of the pipe. So that was really quite incredible. I've been good friends with Martin for so many years and shared so much of his journey, and he shared so much of my journey. I was always just happy to promote and support Ruhr. They were such incredibly built, they just had this real German engineering behind them that I always loved. Skunkman Sam, if he was here right now, would absolutely be saying it was one of the few bongs I ever broke. Skunkman Sam broke like every bong he ever had. So when he got turned on to Roers, the big, thick 8 millimeter ones,
We were talking about it
he,
last night. He was
I bet
talking.
you,
Yeah, we were having this exact conversation last night about the thick borosilicate glass, and he'd buy even. I mean, these things weren't cheap, and he'd buy like three or four
I,
of them at a time. And
yeah,
he was
yeah,
telling me a story about going out and buying every conversion. I just brought home a bowl, an 18/8 bowl, and I didn't realize that the down stem on my,
it's 14.
Chinese knockoff Roer, which is the reason that those things he's going out of business, right? But the down stem was a 18 to 14 conversion, and so I couldn't put the new bowl on it. And yeah, he was telling me a story about going out and buying literally every conversion that they had, because as you said, I'm like Sam, like I'm a glass breaker. So um,
Right.
yeah, like I have an extra backup bong in a box, right? Just so that when this one gets eventually broken, the next one just comes out, and that's something I learned from Sam. You got the beautiful pieces though. I can't afford to have with how much I break pieces. I can't afford to go stupid on glass. Same with Johnny. I feel like a bull in a china shop at his house.
It was always trying to show my support, and I got to say I understand Martin. Listen, I was on one of my hash makers groups the other day, and someone posted up their, I don't know, Zen bags or something, and the bags. They had the bags, and then they had this little trifold out on how to use the bags, and I'm looking at this, and I'm like, that trifold is my trifold.
Yeah.
Those are my bags and my trifold. So I asked the guy, I said, tell me you didn't get that with those bags. And he's like, oh yeah, I got them with my bags. And then another guy's like, yeah, I got them with my bags too. Bubble Bag dude sends those out. And I'm just sitting there like, so I go onto the website to look at these competitors' bags. They're $6.76 for a 5 bag kit on Amazon. And I'm like, well, how the fuck am I going to keep my business in business? It's such a weird thing because A, we don't want people to spend more money than they should have to spend on things. Obviously, we don't want to be wasting money and spending. And there's a whole mentality of like Gucci and Chanel, and they're just like random products that are have names on them that people are paying this increased price, and then people use that mentality to be like, well, I'm not buying the original bubble bags, those are just Gucci, I'm gonna get these ones for $6. And then of course, then they, because they get my fold out, they hit me up for the warranty when they fall apart, and I'm like, those aren't my bags. I'm sorry, I can't. Well, I knew you wouldn't stand behind your product. I'm like, no, they're not my bags. Oh, you're trying to tell me you're not the bubble bag dude? I'm like, yes, I'm not the bubble bag dude, I'm Bubble Man. So I feel for Martin, and it's a tough, what are you going to do? It is what it is, where there's a
Same
whole,
thing. It's the same thing in the
same
seed
what?
business. It's the same thing in the seed
Wow,
business.
the
You know what I
seed
mean?
business has always been pretty rough.
It's yeah, and it's become race to the bottom, and it's like serving the home grower. It was funny. I've got friends in this business, and someone was telling me another big name in the business, and he was like, I can't make a profit if I don't do 6 drops a year. And it's like, yeah, but you're not breeding. Like you're taking clones and whacking them up and throwing them out, and it kind of ruins both sides of the market because it's like, now people don't value actual breeding. You certainly can't be, there's like, dude, breeding projects take 5 to 10 years, right? Like
Well,
even short breeding projects
breeding
take.
projects are only respected by like like, okay, we're gonna grow 8 billion apples. It's like, well, you better make sure you have the right apple, because if there hasn't been some serious breeding gone into that apple and you just plant any old apple, you're gonna go bankrupt. And there's so many just trap labs and trap shops that they're like, oh, I'll just buy my shit for inexpensive. What value could there possibly be to pay a breeder all that money to work with a cultivar for 10 years? That's ridiculous. It's like, it's not actually. It's essential. And it's a world of difference. I feel for you more than I feel for me or Martin, because the seed business, seeds all look the same. They all look the same.
Well, and
They,
I was saying it the other day, like a lot of people envision it as the seed is the product. The seed isn't the product. The
yeah.
consistent flower at the end is the product, right? But with most seed guys, it's like as soon as they got your money, that's the deal is done. Right. And we've seen this. I mean, this isn't a direct criticism of anybody particular in the industry. We've seen this since the beginning. I mean, Sam used to wholesale seeds to all sorts of different people. And there were certain people that would buy a kilo of skunk, and then they would have 20 different seed varieties on the market with different names and different packages with different pictures. But they had one bag that supplied them all. And these are pretty big names in the seed business. Like people, like I remember when I first went to Amsterdam and got to know the inside of the seed business and met Sam and met some other folks and saw how things were done. It was actually kind of heartbreaking for me because it was
Would
like, oh
that
my,
would that have been in early 2000?
yeah, yeah. And
I bet it.
yeah, it was hard. It was kind of hard to see that it was like, oh my God, this whole thing's a fugazi. It's like, it's this fake thing and nobody's actually really doing the work. And really what it is they were selling, it's the same thing as selling wooden clogs to tourists. The seed was just a tourist item that somebody could pick up a little curio from their trip and take it back home and, stick some seeds in the garden. And because cannabis of what it was a prohibition and where we were at that time, there was no industry. And now there is an industry. but those same seeds are like they founded the, and people have improved them and some people are doing some work. Like it's not like there's nothing going on. There is stuff going on. But inevitably those people end up feeding the legal grows because they're the people that can pay, right? And if you do, like, it's just, it's untenable to put all this work and selection and like the expense of doing genomic work or even just like chemically testing varieties, right? Chemically testing selections. Like that's hundreds of dollars per plant. Um, so the costs end up going up pretty damn quick. So you have to find other sources of income to be essentially paying for it because just the actual seed business itself just doesn't work anymore. And then I mean, look at it in Canada, as you know, Marcus, in Canada, we've got like these different product categories. You got the resin, the edible, the flour, pre-rolls, and then there's the seed category. And I was looking at the government website the other day and breakdowns of sales between categories. And seed is listed on the bottom as like one of the potential five categories, but on the graphs, there's only four. There's only things that show up, right? There is no seed business. And it's because, it costs you, it's $1. We have the stupid rule in Canada where it's like they consider one cannabis seed as 1 gram of flour. And there's a minimum $1 excise tax on 1 gram of flour on the retail side before you even send it off to the wholesaler. So before you put the seed in the back, if you're selling 10 seeds, you have to give the government $10. You haven't even put the seed in the bag or in the packaging, right? Let alone paying for the packing or the shipping to go to the wholesaler and then that dollar plus whatever your margin is, you know, cost, if there is a cost plus, that probably isn't, it then gets multiplied at the distributor level and then it has to get multiplied again at the retailer level. So, the taxes on just the dollar a seed, it ends up being that's a $3 plus product and you haven't even added in your own margin. So it's like it's the way that they set up the regulation is so stupid. And I'm
So
I'm in
yeah.
talks now with Johnny, you're muted. I'm in talks now with someone in Europe, and um, the way that their country is legalized, seed is not part of the drug, right? The DEA has finally come around. The seed is hemp seed. It's not, there's no drug in it, so it's not a regulated product that can be sold.
Mhm.
Um, and, we're in this legal system. It's like you can't do business here because of the way that they've
No.
set up the regulations. So, it's tough. Like it's tough to do R&D and find a way to make it all work. And it just makes it happen that we can't do business out of Canada.
I mean, that's the situation I found myself in. I obviously my whole thing was to do Canada, and I spent 4+ years just dedicating all my time and energy into Canada, swallowing a lot of shit that I didn't like because it was this new corporate entity. And even though, like, Bruce Dawson Scully, who was the guy that brought me in and started the company, he was the founder of Weed MD. I cannot say enough good about Bruce. He was so real. He never fucked me over. He always had my back. But unfortunately, the people that he put in charge of the company were real corporate chads, and they just were unable to release the block that was put up by, I guess, prohibition, where you have this judgment on what you think the other side is. And I see it on both sides. I see the other side, our side of like the roots and the legacy, hating on the suits and the chads, even though there was some value there, just like there was value on the other side. But getting those two teams to work together, I mean, just little things, I'd be like, hey, how my social media works is consistency. So as long as I'm taking shots and making little videos every day, I'm good to go. Well, the girl who was in charge of media said, well, that's never going to happen. You're going to take pictures, you're going to send them to me, and a week or so later, I'll give you the edited versions with the words that I want you to post. And I said, that's not going to translate. People are going to, here's the thing, and I've said it the last few weeks, and I guess it's really a new lesson that I've learned. Nothing beats, from an emotional standpoint, the energy coming off of a human being when it's authentic. Authenticity is the highest value that humans seek. That's the highest value. It's higher than love. It's higher than happiness. It's this authenticity. And if you're authentic, it's contagious and people love it. they missed the boat on authenticity. They thought it was a commodity and a product and that we could just, oh, I used to work for Canada Post. I did all their marketing. Don't worry, I'm going to crush this. It's like, well, I have actually built a multi-hundred thousand follower social media. So, and you have not. At least listen to a few things that I'm saying in regards to the thing that I'm somewhat of an expert in, or at least somewhat knowledgeable in. And it was just this one after another, one after another, one after another until the company is no more. And it was just such a sad thing to be a part of that I had to remove myself from Canada, even though of course, I want to take care of the Canadian market and I want to have my products represented in the Canadian market. And I want to make sure people have access to awesome hash. But the government and the excise and the partnerships were just so difficult that I sort of was pushed down to the US, and my US partners have just been wonderful. They don't have the same regulations, even though there is still a weird, from the cannabis people, they look at the hemp people like, oh, we're following all the regulations and you guys are cutting the corners and it's making it so much. So they also have this sort of like, it's kind of two legal markets. You've got your legal cannabis THC market and your legal hemp market, and they're clashing a little bit because the THC guys are like, well, this isn't fair. And it's similar in Canada with the legal market and the black
Yeah.
market. They're kind of like, this isn't fair. Or how I originally heard it was really the indigenous market. I'd go into stores and these people would be like, they're allowed to advertise and they don't have limits and this is just killing us. This isn't fair and fuck them and fuck this. And I was just like, listen, dude, first of all, you killed all the buffalo. We gave them smallpox infested blankets. We murdered their children and buried them behind schools. I think they can have this. I think you supporting them would be a better thing than you bashing them, because think of it this way, all the activists that used to exist in Canada, well, they all have licenses now. A lot of it happened like that in Cali too, and those licenses are so protected that no one wants to do activism anymore. So really, who are the last activists? Well, they're the indigenous folks. They're the ones like, hey, we're putting up a container on our property. We're going to sell 100 milligram edibles. We're going to do advertising. We're going to put signs on the highway. We're going to do all the things that you guys are not allowed to do in the Canadian market. For me, I see this as a huge bonus. Excellent. You guys set the tone. Make it so the government has to change the rules, not for you to follow our rules, but for us to follow your rules. That is what I would see as a success in Canada. And I urge anyone in the Canadian industry, support the Indigenous groups as much as you can, because they are the last frontier of activism in cannabis in Canada. And if we're going to change these silly rules of excise taxes and limitations on milligrams and no ability to advertise, you can't even put a little cartoon character for your logo, or you're advertising towards kids, but Captain Morgan is fine on a bottle of rum. That's no problem. I for one am a big supporter of those groups here in Canada. I'm hoping that they can change the rules for all of the regulatory companies, because some of the rules don't make sense.
Well, yeah, it all came out of Trudeau like creating the spending all this political capital to get the system in, and then he had to cater to the other side in terms of making it look like he was doing something to be proactive about, it not getting into the hands of the children and being highly regulated. And it's just absolutely overboard at this point in time. It's still a mess. The whole thing was created from a mess. I mean, Harper's government created the MMPR system because of the Allard license and the Allard rule, not the Allard ruling, sorry, but the medical license that existed that led up to the Allard ruling, right? And it was so wholesale out of control, as you remember. I mean, there was shops on every corner in certain cities, and all the MMAR
589
licenses.
stores in Canada. That was what was happening before legalization. There was a massive amount of shops. There was one on every corner, like a Starbucks, just before 28
Right,
October.
but it was fed from the MMAR licenses, right? Like that's what it was, is the people that had the medical home grow licenses. The courts started awarding these licenses, and the system blew up, that there were so many licenses, and the police essentially had no way to crack down on these people because it was a charter right to be in possession of their medicine. But that allowed them to grow to drive around with like kilos and kilos of herb, right? And of course, that herb ended up, it was protection to get the product to market, and then the retail licenses existed, and the courts didn't want to do anything about the retail licenses, and so the government essentially had to just regulate it to try to get control over it. And they overregulated and created a system that is, well, that we've all faced with. And you've Marcus, you've tried to go through the whole thing, and you've seen all sides of the story, and it's that Pubco thing is, or the public company thing, the large money getting in behind there. I call it cannabis by committee, right? And it's like you said, like having to submit. You're the expert. You've got like 100,000 plus social media followers, and you got to like get some approval from some lady that worked at Canada Post or whatever.
Dude, 575,000 social media followers. And she would not listen to a single thing I said. By the way, how the fuck did Etienne get into the room? I didn't push the button. Did someone
You
let
got-
Etienne into the room? He snuck right in.
he's on internet access. He's got the link. It's just like,
Dude, he's just sneaky. Eh? He's in the UN. He's like sneaking under the DEA. He's just like, that guy will get in. Don't try to keep him out. He's
Nope.
tenacious.
oh, he just shows up.
You gave me the link. It let me in. I don't know.
Well, I
just-
usually have to, usually I'll see Chimera is trying to get into the room and then I just go, okay, or no, admit. I had to do it for Wade and Johnny. I've had to do it for every single person that's ever come into this room. And unless I did it subconsciously for you, I'm mildly tripping out right now. Actually, I have a good story for all of you right now. For the first time in almost 30 years, I think it was yesterday, I was in America.
Oh, how did that go? Yeah, I want to hear this story. I was wondering about that last night.
Holy shit. So I've been working on this waiver for a long time. Oh, Etienne's got his hand up already. Did you have something to say, brother?
No. If you do your hand, it does the motions thing, and it actually automatically did. No, I don't. No,
All
no.
right. Okay,
I'm just
so
too
I'm-
excited to hear this now. I'm like,
I'm
you
gonna
made it
tell
to
this story.
America.
I was in America. So first I want to welcome my homie Spartan Grown. I work with him at Grandmaster LEDs. I've done some great trips with this homie. Awesome, amazing dude. Welcome to the room, brother. I'm going to tell a little story about how I went to America yesterday for the first time in 30 years. Yeah, fuck, tripping. So I've been working on this waiver for probably, I would say 2.5 months, maybe 3. It's a long, drawn out procedure that required me, because I have a pardon here in Canada. My record shows up in the US, but it doesn't show up. So it shows up as like a little blip, but they don't know what it is. And at the US Customs, if they ask you, you have to answer. If you lie to them, you're fucked. So when I tried to go down for Legends of Hash recently, I was at the airport in Vancouver. I tried to go down to Portland for Legends of Hash, and I got there and the guy opened it up, and I guess right away it showed the little thing, and he was like, "Oh, can I see your waiver?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't have a waiver." He's like, "Oh." He's like, "Oh man, okay." Like he literally seems feeling bad for me. This was a very unique experience. Then he sent me into the back room, which I'm very familiar with. And they were super kind. This was like in August of this year. And they told me, look, you got a thing that pops up. So I told them about my thing with the BC Compassion Club, and and for those of you that don't know the story, someone drove their car through the front window of the BC Compassion Club on Commercial Drive, and my good dear friend Hillary Black called me up, and she was like, "Oh my God, someone tried to steal like 30 pounds, and they got the safe all the way out to the front street, or maybe it wasn't quite on the front street, maybe it was just near the front door, but it was like 100 feet from where it was. They also had like shimmied the corner of, I have no idea how they did this, because this safe was like a old, like 100-year-old like bank safe, like with a door this thick, but they somehow cracked they got a corner of the safe opened up, and it was releasing the smell, and the safe was full of Renee, which is like the stinkiest, most just ridiculously styles, bro. I'm telling you, like, I always called it pot to get you busted. I had no idea that was thiols. I just called it pot to get you busted because it's rank. And the smallest amount of it, you forget about a small amount of thiols in the actual flower. I'm talking about one fan leaf, a small fan leaf about that big, breaking off the bud and falling behind my bookshelf. I could smell it every day till I got on my hands and knees and actually found this piece. And when I found it, I couldn't really smell it, but when I crumbled it in my hand, it literally smelled like a half pound of fresh weed being held under my nose. So I go to the club, I grab this like 16 and a half pounds, and I take it home with me, and I get pulled over at a roadblock with this flower. I suspect I had been ratted on because the cop had a little clipboard, and he was letting the cars in front of me go through. But when he saw me, he looked at his clipboard, he looked at the front of my plate, he looked again, and then he stopped me. And there goes the 16 and a half Compassion Club pounds. Beautiful, organic, just unbelievably wonderful. I remember sitting in the jail that day, and the cops, when it was shift change, would come in, and I could hear them going, ho, 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 whoa, does that ever smell? And I'm sitting in jail just smelling rank flower. Even the other guy who was in the jail, who had been there several times, was like, this jail has never fucking smelled this good, dude. Thank you, for real. Seriously, thank you. And I was just kind of like pretty bummed out because the sick and dying people weren't going to be using that cannabis. So I can tell the story with shits and giggles today, but it was painful to my soul and heart. And I was not laughing that day in any way, shape, or form. And I wasn't not laughing for me sitting in a cage. I was laughing for the patients who were so vulnerable and so sick and so at the end of their life that it just seemed just sick and twisted that there would be a group of, soldiers with guns that would try to take this away from them. Anyway, I went through the whole court case. I ended up getting no fine, no time. The judge ordered my money be given back. The prosecuting attorney tried to traffic in cannabis with me and my lawyer for his sick and dying friend that was in prison, in the hospital dying of cancer. Yes, of course, we got him his medicine. The judge's name was Paradis, which is paradise in French, and he had developed prostate cancer during my case. So he was listening very, very intently to all of the patient stories, to all of the he had never heard any of it, right? This is like 98. The internet
Oh,
existed, but
early.
it was
Yeah.
it was low. It was low. I hadn't been on the internet yet. Bubble Man didn't exist yet, just to give you an idea how long ago it was. And so I went through that. I got this charge, and my lawyer, John Conroy, told me, you can't go to America and you can't go to Japan. Those are the two countries that won't have you. Don't even bother trying. And after about 10 years, maybe more, I decided to get a pardon. I had no idea what the difference between a waiver and a pardon. The pardon, everyone told me, was the one you want to get. It's the one that makes it disappear. So I spend years trying to get this pardon, thousands of dollars. I finally get the pardon. I'm super excited. I'm like, I'm going to America. And they're like, you can't go to America with a pardon. I'm like, what? They're like, no, dude, you need a waiver to go to America. I'm like, no, I
Oh
got
my
a
God.
pardon, dude. It's disappeared. I don't have to worry about that. I got a pardon. Yeah, no, dude, I'm telling you, you're going to need a waiver. I'm like, motherfucker. So I find this all
I think
out.
you need
I
both. I think you need both. I don't think you just get a waiver.
in
Yeah.
the end, you do need both. It's true. So I ended up getting the waiver. Oh, no, that's not true. You can get a waiver if you have a criminal charge. All sorts of people do it with felony DUIs, which is no different than a felony trafficking charge. They're all just felonies. If you got a felony, you need to get the waiver. So I work on that process of getting the waiver, and this takes me also a fair amount of time, like about 3 months. I hired the lawyer. It's very expensive, $4,000 or $5,000. You can do it yourself for about 600 US dollars on that side. And I think on the American side, like if Etienne had something and he wanted to come up here, it would be about 1,000 Canadian. So if you think of like 1 million Americans needing to come up to Canada over the course of a year and spending $1,000, it's $1 billion of generated revenue. It's insane how much money they make off of this, but it is what it is.
That is
Even the border
insane.
guard yesterday was saying the same thing. He was just like, yeah, it is what it is, dude. You just got to jump through the hoops. But so yesterday, after getting all of my documents, I got to get my pardon from Ottawa. I got to get my original criminal record from the court. And because it was 98, it was pre-computer. So I get my records unsealed. The lady's like, you have to be down at court. No one's allowed to unseal this because of the pardon seal. So I go down there. They open this envelope from 1998 in front of me, pull out these documents, and they're all handwritten, which is wild to see because I haven't seen a handwritten
Crazy.
document in a very long time. And yeah, I end up collecting that. I collect oh, I have to prove proof of articles for my self-employment, so I have to send my articles of incorporation. I have to get letters of reference from a couple of people. Thank you both, Cheryl Wozni and Sharon. Wonderful of both of them to write me up such beautiful letters of reference. And then my favorite, which I feel like I should put it on gallery view so all of you I can see your expressions. I did have to write a letter of remorse. Yeah.
Was it a
Yeah,
letter of sarcasm or was it a letter of remorse? Which was
dude,
it?
it was a real letter of remorse. I was so sorry that I got caught. Anyway,
I want
um,
to see that letter.
I'll send you the letter,
Oh,
bro.
I'm so
I'll send you the
sorry.
letter. I'll send you all the letter. It's a good one. Anyway, I wrote the letter of remorse. Listen, the bottom line is I am literally the perfect person for America to let down in there. I'm not a criminal. I'm not going to cause problems. I'm not going to cause drama. I'm not going to break a single law. I'm going to spend money. I'm literally the people they're looking for, and I
Improve
know
the
that.
hash
So
game.
I'm going to improve the hash
All
game.
positives, man.
I mean, dude, come on, I'm making it work. So I meet the lawyer. He's like, okay, I want to meet you down at the border. So he sends me down to this place called the Peace Arch, which is kind of where Surrey ends and Blaine, Washington begins. And I go down there and and he said he's giving me directions. He's like, okay, drive down 99. You're going to turn right on Beach Avenue. It's exit 1. Do not miss that exit. He says, as you pull in, there's a big parking lot on your left. That's the duty-free shop in all capital letters. Do not pull into the duty-free shop. I guess if you're at the duty-free shop, customs can still talk to you. So behind the duty-free shop, if you drive by it and then take the second left, there's a long, all chain link fence driveway that goes into another big parking lot that is behind the duty-free, closer to the border, so totally confusing. And it's the Peace Arch parking lot. So I park my vehicle. I've got all my documents. My lawyer pulls up. It's totally like some random drug deal in this parking lot. He gets out. I give him $1,400 to pay his last
That's what
bit
I
of his
thought you were
bill.
describing for a minute there. Like, what?
Well, exactly. I give him all the documents. He puts them in order. He puts a little thing on there. He goes, okay, I want you to go across. I'm like, whoa, just a second. You're not coming? He's like,
He's
no,
like,
I'm not coming.
like
I'm like,
pushing you.
whoa, dude. You have to understand, when I tried to go to Portland, the whole reason I flew there and went to the airport was that I was still in Vancouver and I just was afraid to be in America because I didn't know how they looked at me, kind of thing. And so now he's sending me by myself to America. And I'm like, holy shit. He's like, I want you to. He walked me to the end of the sidewalk, and we're like past the Canadian Customs building, and we're past the Peace Arch, and we're standing at this sidewalk that just sort of creepily ends on the boulevard. And then you cross the street, and another sidewalk begins. He's like, you see where that customs agent is standing? Because there was a guy standing there on his phone. I was like, yeah. He's like, I want you to follow him, because he had just turned around and started walking down the sidewalk. I want you to follow the wall, turn left, go in, jump in line at line B. And so I'm super freaked out and kind of afraid, and maybe I didn't need to, but it's been 30 years since I've been to America, and I was mildly freaked out. And so I walk along. I'm following this guy. Here's the other thing. Right before we got to the end of the sidewalk, the lawyer goes, holy shit, do you walk fast? I thought I walked fast. I'm like, bro, my wife is always mad at me because I walk so fast. He's like, mine too, but you're walking like twice as fast as me. And I say to him, I said, listen, honestly, I walk 4 times faster than this. I've slowed it down for you. How fast do I
Oh,
walk, Spartan?
dude, I have fucking witnessed that firsthand. I'm a tall guy, and I was using my full strides to keep up, man. I was like,
Yeah,
all right,
you were. And
this is
poor
how we're doing it.
Thomas.
And
Poor
Thomas
Thomas
cannot.
was just,
No,
he was just
it's
like,
just a matter
bro,
of time.
can you please fucking stop running? So I walk really fast. So what do you think happens when I get behind this guard, this border guard that's walking about 30 feet in front of me? Well, I catch up to him right away, and I'm, you know what? I guess I look aggressive. So a customs agent from
You're
now
rushing the U.S. border.
straight up rushing the U.S. border, bro. So the sidewalk is right next to where all the cars pull in, where all the cameras and the lanes and the big kiosks are. And so the kiosk on the farthest looker's left, he gets out and he goes, Bill, there's someone behind you. And I'm like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm behind you, Bill. And he's still on his phone. He looks and he's like, he doesn't give a fuck. But the other agent he was concerned. I could tell. And so he says, where are you going, dude? He used the word dude. He's got tattoos on his hands, on his neck. I'm like, okay, maybe this guy's like a cool guy or whatever. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to the end of the sidewalk, turn left. I'm gonna walk to the front doors, turn left, and then I'm jumping in row B. And he goes, oh, huh, you know exactly where you're fucking going, dude. Have a good one. And he goes back to his kiosk, and I'm kind of like, okay, that was that was kind of weird. I walk in and I get in line and I'm standing in line and I'm waiting for probably 45 minutes and there's all these different, when you're waiting in line at a customs and you kind of like, you look at the ones you think are the ones you want to get and you look at the ones you think you don't want to get
Yes.
and for the most
Yes.
part they were all good. I felt like I could deal with any of these ones. There was one guy that I was a little bit afraid of. Um, and then the fucking guy that yelled to the border guard outside, he comes in the building and he sits down and I get him.
Oh,
He,
dude, what
he's
the
he's the
fucking
guy
chance?
he's the guy I get. So I go up to him and all in all, he was a pretty cool dude. He asked me like, "Hey, why are you doing a waiver?" I'm like, "Well, I got caught doing something I probably shouldn't have been doing. I thought I was doing the right thing." He's like, "You thought you were doing the right thing?" I'm intrigued. Tell me more. I said, well, my friend started this BC Compassion Club thing, and she was giving away weed and selling weed at a super low price to like vulnerable, homeless, drug addicted, mentally ill people. And she asked me to take some cannabis home one day because someone robbed her place, and I thought, well, I'm doing the right thing. I'm on the right side of this, and I got caught. I immediately and got arrested and charged criminally. And he was like, "Oh man, oh wow, okay, all right." So he's like, "You weren't even making profit." I'm like, "I wasn't even making profit, dude. It is what it is." He's like, okay, well, that's all right. Yeah. And he's like, that was before it was legal. Then I'm like, that was before it was legal. And that's how it became legal in Canada. If you look at the story, it was Hillary Black and her BC Compassion Club that really pushed it over the end to getting this sort of medical thing that we have in Canada here. And he was really super chill. He signed all my documents. He took my fingerprints. He took pictures of me. He had to take my fingerprints for the biometric requirements of the waiver, but he also had to take those to give me a document to take back to Canada because now I'm in America. And when I go back to Canada, I have to deal with that customs as well, which I'll tell you about in a second here. And so I was in America at the US border in America, not like on the edge. I was in America for the first time in almost 30 years. And I got to say, it felt good. I looked at the border guards as they were just people. They're just people. When I was younger, they
Yeah.
didn't look like people to me. They looked terrifying. I was scared shitless of them. I had a real mental block with customs, and I cross borders everywhere. I've crossed borders into 28 different countries in my life, no problem. Harsh ones like Germany and crazy ones in Central America and ones in Asia where there's death penalties. And I try to stay pretty chill at borders, but for whatever reason, the US border's always really just been a real thing for me. It's a real, I get all verklempt and kind of and I didn't take my phone. I would not take my phone to the US border. So I got to sit at the US border for
Idea.
about 90 minutes and not look at my phone, not read anything, just sit there in an almost meditative state, which I would urge any one of you, if you have not done this in a long period of time, put your
Yeah.
electronics down, go sit on a park bench somewhere and
Go sit
burn
on
an
the
hour or
border.
two. Go sit at the border and watch US Customs let people in and let not people in. Anyway, I came back. It was the wildest thing when he said, "Here you go. There's your documents. Good luck. You'll hear from us in 6 to 8 months." You could get a 1 year, you could get a 3 year, you could get a 5 year. It really depends on the group in Virginia that's going to be going over your waiver and all your documents. And I thanked him profusely. Thank you so much. And as I'm walking back to Canada, I see a sign that says, "No cannabis allowed. Make sure you declare your cannabis." And I'm like, the fuck kind of sign is that? Why would you declare something that's not allowed? And then I go past another sign and it said, "No weapons allowed. Make sure you declare your weapons." And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to ask. Part of me is like, don't ask him questions, just give him the documents and continue to walk through. So I get up to a door that's right next to the cars that are in a line. You walk into this door once he lets you in, and his kiosk has two windows, one for the cars and one for you walking through this little area into Canada. So he comes around, he says, "I'll be with you in a second," helps a couple cars, then he comes over and lets me in, and I open the door. He says, "Hey, how are you?" I said, "Oh, I was just doing a waiver in America. Here's my document." He said, "Oh, okay, great." I said, "Listen, I got to ask you, you got signs asking people to declare their weapons in cannabis. Are people that stupid that they declare things that are completely illegal? He's like, oh my God, it happens daily. It happens almost every day. Now, but he says now what those signs are there for is that, say you have like a knife or something that's completely legal in your country, but maybe the blade is too long. We want you, or maybe it isn't. We want you to declare that as a weapon so we can look at it and make sure it's okay to go into the country. Worst case scenario, we're not going to charge you if you declare things. I said, well, what about the weed, man? Like people are declaring weed. He said, listen, it's legal over there and it's legal over there and it's only illegal right here. So if someone has 3 or 4 or 5 grams, he says, honestly, anything under 10 grams they find in their car on the way to the border and they declare it, we just take it and throw it away. We don't charge them at all. And I was kind of like, part of me was like, you throw their weed away, motherfucker? But the other part of me was kind of like, that's kind of cool for what it used to be. Zero tolerance. Like you're getting criminally charged. You're getting I'm thinking of all the shit I have to go through still. 30 years later, this thing's following me around. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool that they can offer and do that. And anyway, it was the most amazing feeling to walk out of the Canadian border and just be like, and know in my heart that in 6 to 8 months, I'm going to be in America. I'm going to be knocking on Wade's door. I'm going to be knocking on Etienne's door. I'm going to be knocking on Spartan's door. I'm going to go to Michigan and Oklahoma. I'm going to Illinois. I'm going to Colorado and Montana and New Mexico. Everywhere my brand operates and beyond, all these amazing people that I've met over the years. California, I have never been to California. How the
Me
fuck
either,
have
dude.
I never been to California, dude?
Bro, I was
Holy shit.
the first time I was west of the Mississippi River was and we missed you so bad at MJ BizCon, brother. Hopefully next year we can get you down there.
Yes.
But me driving the lights filled up in the truck, driving them down to MJ BizCon, man, road tripping it. And it was so cool to drive out there and see the country and just, I wanted so bad to like say, give me one more day so I can just drive one more state over, get to Cali and say I've been there, But
Oh,
it
I'm
wasn't
coming
in the
down.
book.
Then we go to Cali together, Spartan. We go to
I was
Cali
just gonna say
together.
Let's
I'm
do
coming
it.
for the Cali link so I can show you some stuff down there.
Oh my
We'll
God.
do
Yeah,
the
you
Cali
can.
leg.
Hell yeah, dude. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I know it was long and drawn out. Geez, I must have talked for half an hour. That's the longest I've talked on Hash Church in probably like 8 years. So
That's a
apologies
big
for
moment. It's a big moment.
Dude, that's
it was a
epic.
big moment for me, man. It was a big moment. And I just want to kind of like give props to US Customs, dude. They were humans, they were nice, they were kind, they made jokes. While the guy was helping me, he literally said hello to every new customs officer that arrived. One guy, it was his birthday, he fist pounded him. One guy, he got up and hugged. He was like, oh, dude, it's so good to see you. Gave him a hug and sat back down. And I was just like, these are
Human.
people. These are just people. He's talking about his ears and because I told him, I said, man, I'm telling you, like, I'm a little bit disturbed standing here for all this time. I could only read the titles on the side. They got the smuggling one and the agriculture one, and they're so far back. My 51-year-old eyes, it was just blurry. And I said, man, that was disconcerting. I could only read the titles of your warnings. And he said, oh yeah, man, I know I have the same thing with my ears. And I'm like, oh dude, like take care of your ears, dude. He's like, oh, I was a stereo guy for a long time. I was doing the stereo thing and sitting in the cars with it super, super loud. And I now they're damaged. I'm only, I don't know how old he was. He looked like he was in his late 30s, early 40s. And he's already mucked up his ears. So we got to have that kind of human conversation. I remember when I was younger, there was no human conversations allowed. It was kind of like when they take your picture for your passport and they say, don't smile. That's how the whole US Customs experience was for me. And not just US Customs, my American friends that came up to Canadian Customs told me the exact same thing. And I totally understand and get as an adult now that the border is a pretty important thing. And like when you don't protect it, you end up with mountains of fentanyl, which we have here in Canada, mountains of fentanyl and other sort of things that are going on. So I don't wish that job upon anyone. That would be a very big responsibility. Like you let the wrong person in and all of a sudden there's a terrorist attack and it's on you. It's on you. Like I get it. But at the same time, I'm just happy to not be in the negative with America. I just want to be looked at as someone who can come in, enjoy my time with my friends, break no laws, and just see the beautiful country, man. I've never, I mean, I've been to, you know, certain states. I've been to New York State, I've been to Massachusetts, and I've been to Washington, and I've been to Montana, and, you know, Minnesota, and a couple of other states, but just not the ones I really wanted to go to.
Did I ever tell you the story of how we got kicked out of Canada because of LV Musica, the medical marijuana patient in the United States, brought her marijuana into Canada and we got caught at the border?
That is a classic. I can only imagine being at the border with Elvie Musik. Was it her federal cannabis or was it when she was already
Yes.
doing bags of
So,
really?
so
Okay.
Dana and them invited us up to it. This is 93. This is how old this is. Okay. So it's 31 years ago. Jesus. So it's my first hemp tour on Cannabis Action Network. We're in an old 79 Chevy van, no air conditioning. A bottle of patchouli had been broken in it and spilled and stained it in the back. So there was no air conditioning. It was the summer heat and the stinky smell of rotten patchouli, right? It was, and then the inside of the van, I'm just setting this up for you. The inside of the van has nothing but pot stickers on the inside from all the rallies that it's been to, right? So I'm junior on this trip. We had just done Oregon. We went up to Seattle and we did with Vivian, who did the would end up going on to do the Seattle Hemp Fest. We did a rock and roll rally with them, which is hilarious because we get there to Seattle and on the marquee it says the Cannabis Action Network and LV Musica. But right above it, in large letters, it says Lesbian Muff Divers with Cannabis Action Network and LV Musica. Apparently, Lesbian Muff Divers was a band at the time in Seattle. And so LV's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, we survived.
Hey,
We go
that's marketing. That's the bigger draw, man.
right. Oh boy, did it ever draw. So we get up to Bellingham, we do a rally in Bellingham, and then they send us off to Canada. So we get to the border and I'm in the back. So my mentor is running the show at the border and they ask, "Do you have anything to declare?" "Nope." "Do you have any money?" "Nope." "Okay, pull over there." And of course, as soon as the customs person comes in and just looks in the van, and all he sees are pot stickers. And he's like, "Everyone out." So when we had stopped in Seattle, Elvie had given she basically took her tin and gave it to a lawyer. So it was sitting with counsel. I guess that's a procedure she has to do that the DEA has for her marijuana that she gets from the University of Mississippi. So she goes to her lawyer and then she takes like 10 joints with her loose, puts it in a Ziploc bag, gives her a letter because she already has a letter, her get out of jail free, that says, "Hi, this is DEA marijuana. You let me go." And the lawyer gives her then a letter that says, "All of my marijuana is back in Seattle." Okay. So we get pulled out, and then I go through the most politest search I've ever been through in my entire existence. The Canadian Border Patrol is absolutely the nicest. We're, "Oh, sir, hello, sir. Yes. Would you please take off your left shoe, sir? Thank you very much, sir. Would you please lift your left foot, sir? Thank you very much, sir.
That's like
Would you
first
please
class
put..."
service. That's nice.
Oh, I was just blown away by just the courtesy because, I'm ex-military. I'm used to, I'm from the South. I'm used to police like, "Look, motherfucker, take your shit off and show me what the fuck you got." Right? I'm not used to, "Hello, sir. How's it going, sir?" I was just overwhelmed by the politeness and it was taken aback by it. But so, go through my search, and as I come out, my mentor's there, And I'm about to sit down, and he's like, "Don't sit down." I'm like, "Don't sit down." He's like, "You can't sit down. The Queen. We don't sit before a Queen." And I look up, and there's a picture of Queen Elizabeth there because it's Canada. And I was like, "Oh, all right." I'm kind of like, I'm ex-military. I'm a combat vet. I'm in my head. I'm like, "What? We can't sit before Queens? I don't remember that." Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna ride this one out. And then LV gets taken in for her search. And then my mentor leads into me. He's like, "Oh, this should be interesting."
And this whole time you're just standing there because you can't
Just
sit down.
standing there in a room with
What
a
the
whole
fuck?
bunch of
Okay.
random seats, just me and him standing in the middle of the two seats, standing in front of two seats, just kind of standing there, just kind of like, well, all right, well, nothing we can really do here. And I guarantee you, I've got a hemp or a pot leaf t-shirt on because we're going to a rally, right? In Vancouver, right from there straight to a rally. So I'm rally prepared. So we're resigned because we had all of our grow books, our hemp shirts and twine that we didn't declare. So we knew we were in some trouble. But then within a moment, this woman comes out holding a piece of paper, and she is walking like Marcus. She has a pep in her step. And that's when I watched my mentor's head go, "Ah, shit." The "oh shit" head drop. And that's when I realized that it was going to be a day. And so what happened, as opposed to LV handing her "this is my marijuana from the DEA," she hands her the other letter from the lawyer that says, "The rest of my marijuana is back in Seattle."
Yeah.
And basically we get kicked out of Canada. They seize the van. They then charge us with $5,000. So we go back
Been
to the
there.
United States, and you have to understand, and let me paint this picture for you. The Canadians look like, if you've ever seen Star Trek: The Next Generation, they had a onesie at the time with just a little badge. They look so slim and professional. That's at the time. They all look like Star Trek: The Next Generation folk. No different color. They all have the same color. They all have a nice little gold badge.
Wow.
So, they basically give us a fine. They say, "We're taking your van, and you may now go back to America." So we go back to America,
Like you're
and
just
LB's
walking
just,
now?
"Yes, we're walking. We have to walk. We've got no
The
vehicle."
hell?
So we walk back to America, and of course, in America, they're like, "Why are you here? And why are you walking?" And they're like, "Well, we got kicked out of Canada." "Well, why did you get kicked out of Canada?" "Her marijuana?" "Her what?" And then she, of course, she has the proper paperwork out this time, and hands in the paper like, "Holy shit, you can have marijuana?" And she's like, "I'd show it to you, but they took my marijuana." Like, "Oh, they took your American marijuana?" And I'm like, "Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck is going on here?" I am literally a week into my first hemp tour, and here I am. And you gotta understand, folks. Now the Americans all are fat, have huge pot bellies. They have guns on each hip with speed loaders, multiple speed loaders on their hips. Like, you Canadians are coming across firing live rounds. I was just like, what the fuck? And so it's just the whole dichotomy of just Canadians, not a fucking weapon on them, all looking very slim and very nice and proper and looking like the future. And you come back to America, and there's fucking Billy Joe Bob and his fucking speed loaders. It was just like, what the fuck? And then they're like, "You're here because of your marijuana? What the fuck?" And so they're like, "Okay, well, welcome back to America." And they sent us to the Burger King. So there's a Burger King, of course, right in America. We got Burger King. So, of course, we use the
That's
payphone.
so America right there.
So,
Where do we bring somebody that we
quintessential
know? Let's
America.
stick them to a
So,
fast food joint.
so we called Dana, and then they were like, "You're not going to believe this. We got fucking kicked out of the border because of LV's marijuana." And they're like dictating it live to the fucking rally there at the in Vancouver. And they're like, "Hold on, we're going to send a guy from the Vancouver Sundown." And we're like, "Well, we're not going anywhere. We got nowhere to go." Because we then had to call our friends in Bellingham to say, "Hey, we're high and dry, literally. Can you come get us?" And they're like, on our way. Well, on their way, as we're sitting outside, waiting, um,
A Burger King of all places.
Burger King, right? The Vancouver Sun comes and they literally interview LV right there. There's a picture. I actually have the clipping. I have to look for it real quick. Of LV with her hands up and me behind her, kind of like going, "Oh my God!" Um, and what happens? We get picked up. We go back to um, Bellingham. We kind of hold a press conference. We have the fine that says we're owed 5,000 something. Then it comes out the next day in the front page of the Vancouver Sun. Woman gets denied marijuana at Canadian border. Huge fucking, headline. And there's a picture of Elvie with her hands up and me behind going, and all of a sudden we get the money wired up from this is what do we use, the wire money, Western Union. So they wire us, apparently a friend of ours who was a grower basically threw the $5,000 or whatever we owed, put it in a fucking Western Union. We got it. And then
So I love
these guys are like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give you guys a vehicle. A guy's gonna drive you up there, and we're gonna, you're gonna go get your vehicle. So as we're going on the way up, we're listening to the radio, and on the radio, it's now the Canadian Broadcasting Network, and the head of every hour is, well, ladies and gentlemen, a woman was actually denied at the border her medical marijuana, and she was a 94-year-old woman. And of course, my mentor and I are like, oh, Jesus Christ, if LV ever hears that she's a 94-year-old woman, she's going to lose her shit because she's in her 50s at the time. So, any woman in her age is like, don't fuck with my age, right? And of course, we get to the border, same spot, same location you're talking about, the peace transfer area. I totally remember that, Marcus, because they told us don't park at the same thing. We go in, and of course the line is all the way to the door. I have a copy of the Vancouver Sun tucked under my arm. I'm wearing a Live Free or Die cannabis shirt with the hemp facts on the back, and my mentor's wearing a huge tie-dye pot leaf. We immediately disappear into the line, right? We're just in line. And immediately in front of us are these two older women. And first things out of their mouths are, oh, did you hear about that 90-year-old woman from America who got kicked out for her marijuana? And I just kind of elbow my mentor, and we're just kind of like giggling to ourselves, like, Jesus Christ, I cannot believe this is actually happening. And so like you said, Marcus, about an hour it took to work through the line to get to the front. And we get to the front and we get right up there, and the guy's like, okay, how may I help you? And my mentor basically takes the newspaper from under my arm and slams it on and says, we're here for our van. And immediately the crowd behind us, because now the line that was in front of us is now completely behind us, and now everybody's just kind of peeking their head along like, what the fuck? And like, we're here for our van, you guys use this and this is illegal. And all of a sudden the guys and the women and men behind the counter all of a sudden just kind of just go into oh shit mode, and they all kind of all go to the back and congregate in a circle. They all look around, and then the big guy comes in and he starts talking, and then he peeks out, looks, and so he now takes his badge off, and so he comes over just in the jumpsuit. Okay, so very polite Canadian in jumpsuit. He's like,
this is off the record.
right, well, that's what we're like. What the fuck's going on here? And he's like, okay, man, here's the deal. We assessed your fine, and it's actually like $7,000. It's not 5,000. We looked at it and everything else, and that's not the deal. And at this point, I'm just kind of just standing there and like, what the fuck's going on? My mentor's like, no way, bullshit. no, no, this is not gonna fly. You said it's this. It's in the Vancouver Sun saying this. You're gonna give us our van, and we're gonna pay for it, and it's gonna be done. Like, no, sir, this is not how it's gonna be. And then Matt goes, "Go to the phone," and I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Go to the phone." And so I sprint from the front of the line all the way practically to the back of the line to where the payphones are. Remember, this is 93. And I get there, I'm like, "What's the phone number? The Vancouver Sun." And he just slams open the paper. He's like, "Whoa." And he starts rattling it off. And I'm just going in, and they're like, "Stop, stop, 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 stop." Because now the entire crowd's cheering. They're like, "Yeah, yeah, get the Vancouver Sun in here." And they're like, "Oh, stop, 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 stop." And so he goes back, and they all kind of confer. And then we're kind of standing there. I got my arms folded, and people are like, "Yeah, get in the van, get in the van." Now people are cheering behind us in the thing, right? And we're just like, "Oh, wow, this is kind of crazy." Then the big guy comes forward and he says, "All right, gentlemen, all right, all right, all right. We need to stop this now. Okay. We've decided that we will honor the original number.
Bro, we've decided. No, I think everyone here have decided, bro.
This,
I don't
this,
think
this
you've
is this
decided
what
anything.
we
Dude,
know."
dude, that is right up there with the Canadians. Right after the truckers decided to do the rally in Ottawa and like not leave, like a few days later, they wrote, "The mandates are over." And then they wrote in parentheses, this was on the front page of the paper, "but not because of the truck rally."
Right. So, yeah, it's basically we paid the fine. Then everybody cheered. They're like, "Okay, you can have that." And Mac turns around with the receipt. "We got the van," and everybody's like, "Yeah, got the van." And so they're like, "Stand over here. A guy's gonna come and get you. He has to escort you into the lot for you to get your van." And so we walk. The guy gets us, and he's like, "Oh man, what you guys did in there, was really cool." I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, we ain't never seen nothing like that before." And he's like, and so we get to our van, and he's like, just we just wanted to say a howdy, goodbye, and a safe travel back to America." And he just kind of gave a little tip of the hat to us. We're like, "Well, thank you very much." And I get in the van, we get in the van, and we get back, and we get back into America. And so we're driving back. We got the music blasting. We're feeling good. And all of a sudden, I'm like, "Hey, Matt, do you smell that?" And he's like, "That smells like weed." I'm like, "Yeah." And so I reached under my seat, and there was a fresh Canadian bud. Someone, don't know who, had placed. And we got to the spot where we had actually pulled off. We had put our pipe, right? Remember, you'd pull up to a place on the side of the road. You put your pipe and stuff there. So you go across the border and you come back. So we went to the spot where we had our pipe and our stash. And then we smoked whatever that Canadian was and made it back to Bellingham. We had a celebratory, welcome back. But we were not allowed back into Canada at the time. And this is all pre digital. So, I've never had issues, but yeah, that's how LV got kicked out of Canada with her legal marijuana and faced no repercussions except that we were not allowed to go to the rally.
And then you
So,
got some fucking butt out of the deal. That's fucking
and I
awesome.
ended up with a random Canadian, and it was delicious. I mean, it was the most victorious bud I've ever really inhaled, and I don't know what it was, but it was probably one of the sweetest tasting pot I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, that's quite a story, dude. I honestly thought you were gonna say that Elvie's pot was put back in the van. I was like, do not tell me that you got Elvie's
Oh, it did.
weed back.
No,
What
no, no,
the
no. It doesn't
fuck?
smell good. No, no. It smells like Mexican grade because that's what it is. It's a varietal about 4 to 5%. And when you smell it, and it has seeds and stems in it, so it smells horrible. So as soon as you smell it, you're like, "No, no, no. So you smoke this." So I wouldn't even let her smoke that stuff in my presence. Most of the time, she would get to spots on tour, and then she would bake it into cookies, and that was what she would do with that as opposed to smoking that as much. So, yep, the Canadians extremely polite, extremely wonderful, but yeah, yeah. So I'm glad to hear that you are US bound, and I look forward to you coming and sharing and being around. so we can actually go see our spot together in San Francisco.
I thought you were going to say
I'm
that the
in.
Canadian border guards looked like South Park. That's what I thought you were going for a second.
Hey, buddy. No, no, they were so absolutely, like I said, they looked like Star Trek The Next Generation back then. You know, they were just so professional, put together. I mean, so slim. I mean, compared to the Americans, like I said, that all looked like, they all were obese, and were had double speed loaders on each hip. Like you Canadians are just so violent. It's like you guys got it wrong. It's the
I,
opposite
I,
side. The
I
Canadians should
have
be armed
noticed going
against us.
across. I have noticed going across the American border. The way it works at the Vancouver airport is there's a separate. It's a separate end of the international terminal. So if you're going to the States, like it's separate from all the rest of the travel. And as soon as you get past behind what you do is you go up to the counter, the airline counter, and you check in, and then you walk past them, and then behind that, it all funnels down into one area that goes through the border. And as soon as you get past the thing, they're like, "Have your passports out!" They're doing the whole command presence kind of military yelling at you thing, and they're setting the tone right for what you should expect when you go through. And I think for the first time when people go through and see that, it's a little bit intimidating, but it's not so bad once you go down to the States. I had a similar encounter when I was getting my TN visa to work in the States when I went down and worked with NAPRO. And it's all about like it doesn't matter what preparation you do beforehand. The decision is up to the guy that you land in front of. Right. So for Marcus, like that was a real thing ending up with that one guy because it literally is like, what the personal feelings of the person that you end up with and what ends up happening. So, which is weird. It's like you don't, like I had my whole TN visa application done by an immigration lawyer and it was all set up to go a specific way, but it really depends on who you end up in front of. So,
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. It
Yeah, it
definitely
depends on
does.
what
And you
you're
just
wearing
gotta.
and you look like too. That's for
yeah.
Yeah.
for sure.
On
So
how you address it.
I thought that. I thought that, and then I cut off all my hair and the dreadies and the I think it's in my eyes that they could see. I swear, I was like, oh, they're looking at my eyes again. They can see it. It's there.
Yeah, it was funny. Like when I went down to the States that time, I dressed up in a suit and got a nice suit jacket and crossed the border like looking like a professional. And they were very skeptical of me. And then I ended up going down to, I think, Ken, it was one of the first times I met you. There was an event in DC at this fancy hotel in DC. I think it was an American for Safe Access thing. And I remember walking to that event from my conference, and the way we in Canada, if you walk by someone, you just kind of like acknowledge them and like raise your head. And there's these African dudes sitting at front of McDonald's, like kind of nodded to them, and they looked at me and they said, "We know you 50 motherfucker. You keep on walking, right?" I just thought to myself,
God.
dude, I just crossed the border to come down and lead the most sophisticated cannabis breeding project that's ever happened in this country. Like you couldn't be more wrong, right? But it was pretty funny. So
Dude, that is so good. What a great, like, if only I would have been like, incorrect.
you are wrong, sir.
Wow.
I,
Oh no,
I see you 50. Keep walking, motherfucker.
I used to
Talk
get that
about
shit.
missing.
I've been shaving my head for what nearly since I was 18. So when I would go to Shakedown Street early on, they'd be like, "Fuck you, dude, you're a cop." I'm like, "No, no, no, not a cop. Just bald dreadlock. It's okay. It's all right, guy."
Yeah.
It's scary when people think they know. No, I know. I know. I've had
Well,
it
there.
happen with like even good friends where business partners and even with, I won't go into it too much, but with Legends of Hash, like my falling out with Addison, he just didn't believe me and like literally thought I was lying about he didn't believe I went to the border. He didn't believe I was denied by customs. I had to prove all of these things to him. And even after I did, he was still kind of like, it's weird when you're not like when you're being honest and someone doesn't believe you. It is the weirdest feeling where you're just like, how the fuck do I convince this person that I'm not like when
You,
someone really believes you're a liar, you start like
Frustrating.
no, but I'm not. I like, yes, of course I've lied in my life. I'm not lying right now. This is not a lie. It's a tough one, man.
Well,
Well, it
you
was like,
lived it,
you know,
and
it was
that's
like
the
that thing
thing.
with those. It's like those dudes saying I was a cop. It's like it wasn't about me. It was about what was in their head,
Well,
right?
that's it.
So it didn't matter what I did or what I said. They knew I was a cop 100%.
Where
It's like
were
I
we,
wasn't
in
even fucking
Barcelona?
Canadian. I wasn't even American.
Marcus, was it
What's that,
Barcelona
Spartan?
where was it in Barcelona where we met those guys who thought we were a rock band walking around?
Well, they thought you guys were a rock band because you looked
Oh,
like metalheads. You and fucking who was it? It was you, Thomas. Was
Heston,
it
I think.
Heston?
Yeah, I think
Thought you
Because
Heston.
were
I guess it was all
Anthrax.
four. Yeah, they were like, they were like, yeah, we thought you were. Well, it was funny because we're in Germany at the Estrell Hotel in Berlin, and it was in Berlin, not Barcelona,
Oh,
and we're
Berlin.
trying to
Okay.
get a seat at this pizzeria, and it's full. And the guys in front of me are kind of like, they're kind of these like pretty cool dudes from, I can't remember, Sweden, actually, I think they were from.
Yeah. Yep.
And they said, the one guy was like, hey, if you don't get a seat, you're welcome to sit with us. We have an extra seat at because at that point, Spartan and Thomas and Heston had gone next door to the steak place. And
Yeah.
I was kind of
Thomas
like,
had his
I'm
mindset.
not gonna have a steak. I'm gonna just eat some pizza or whatever. So I went and sat with these guys and met them, and they were like, oh yeah, funny enough, like we're big metalheads, and we totally thought you guys were a metal band because we all had the same like stuff on, like this sort of stuff. And yeah, it was just a hilarious. Those guys were really cool, man. I ended up befriending those guys and hanging out with them, blazed them down later on in the inside the Estrell Hotel in my secret spot upstairs. It's good
Saw them several
vibes.
times walking past, and they'd always be like, "Hey."
Dude,
They
I reached out to them not too long ago. I'll never be able to find it because I get like 300 messages a day on my Instagram. But literally less than a week ago, I saw their name come up and I reached out to them because they had this crazy pipe that they're developing. This insane, I can't even picture it in my mind, but it's all like electronic and small and cool. And they're still working on it. But yeah, they definitely thought we were a metal band. That was pretty funny. Yeah, we thought you were a metal band. Feel like we should do a metal video now just for those guys.
Oh, I know, man. We have to. That'd be great.
It's a lot of fun traveling around the world with cannabis. I'm not gonna lie, had some amazing times and just it's been unique because it's so illegal at borders, but so kind of allowed in certain places that we go. And you just, I can't help but feel all of those years of pushing those boundaries and, puffing on the streets where you're maybe not supposed to, and bringing the pipe across the border into Germany. And, when the customs agents opens it and says, well, what is this? I'm like, well, it's a pipe. Well, for what? I'm like, well, for smoking. Well, for smoking what? I'm like, well, for smoking hash. And I can't remember who was with me when I said that, but I remember them looking at me and going, I can't believe you said that, dude. I'm like, bro, I'm a medical patient in Canada. That's what that pipe is for. I use it to smoke hash. Why would I tell him anything different? Germany's not zero tolerance. He's not going to not let me into the country because I told him this pipe is for smoking hash. If he finds hash, he might, but I have no hash. So just that sort of truthfulness that we all had to sort of subject ourselves to, and that sort of like, oh fuck, do I bite my lip and pretend no, or do I like push? Because there are times where you really need to bite your lip. And there are times, most of them, where you shouldn't. Like, for instance, my letter of remorse. Had I not written that letter of remorse, I would not be coming to America. They would not allow me into the country without a letter of remorse. And if I made
Yeah,
it
you got to play the
sarcastic and if I
game.
made it, you got to jump through the hoops and do what they want. And in the end, I'm asking for permission to go into their country. So I'm whatever the rules are, I'll follow them. And if the rules are that I have to be remorseful at the U.S. border for smoking cannabis, that's the one place in the world I'll be remorseful.
I get my
Yeah.
clone right now to talk to them. I'll just, here's my let of remorse that way.
What's that, Johnny? I missed it.
I'll get my clone to write a letter of remorse. They can ask to talk to him.
Talk
Yeah,
to
they will definitely not accept that. You want to follow the rules at U.S. Customs, whatever they are. And I would say the same thing to anyone coming into Canada Customs. They're very much the same way. They are just people, but if you step out of line and you don't follow the rules, although I will say when I got denied into the border going to Portland, there was an American guy right ahead of me, and he got caught with like some Xanax bars and some weed, some pre-rolled joints, some gummies, maybe some psychedelic mushrooms, and they just
God
let
damn.
him through. He sat for an hour and and then they were like, we're just gonna I heard him like, we're just gonna let you go today. You know, it wasn't that much stuff. And I'm like, it wasn't that much stuff. I'm sitting here for 0.20 of a gram of a roach that I got caught with in 97. This motherfucker. So I had to ask the customs guy, I'm like, dude, how could you have let that guy in? And he just looks at me and he's like, he's American. There's nothing, there's no
I was gonna
reason. Like
say,
he
yeah,
said the
as
zero
American, they
tolerance
can't
is
keep
just
you out.
for, that's right. That's right,
They
dude.
can't keep you out.
And not only can they not keep you out, he had no interest in even harassing him. The guy was there for less than an hour. Xanax bars, pre-rolled joints, gummies, and a small bag of weed, and quite possibly a small bag of psychedelic mushrooms. I was like, holy shit. This guy's walking into America and I'm denied.
Did he look
Ugh.
like a head?
Fucking crazy.
No, he looked like a totally normal, like 35-year-old guy, like just like a guy you'd see like in a mall or on the street, you know?
Wonder
Not
how they
heavy
had.
at all.
That's just an average American, man. That's what we walk around with.
Well, I'm guessing no one knows that better than US Customs. What an average American walks around with. Like, I'm sure there's been millions of times they've popped a woman's purse open and been like, you're not allowed to bring these like Xanax bars across the border. Like, what are you doing? I didn't realize I eat them every day like popcorn.
I remember coming back across the border when I moved back from the States and coming back into Canada. I had like a small U-Haul because I had, all my stuff that I'd collected and lived with down there, and I had a gas chromatograph in the back. And I pulled up to the customs thing, knowing full well that they were gonna, open the whole thing up and go through it. And dude didn't even want to check. He didn't even want to look. He was like, "Okay, go ahead, drive through." I said, "You don't even want to look into the back?" He's like, "I don't know what a gas chromatograph looks like." Right? I was just like, Jesus, man. Like, you think you're gonna get this big, like, full full anal fucking probing, and they just let you right through. It's such a bizarre thing, the border.
Well, because the reason you think you're going to get the big anal probing is because the first time you went across laissez-faire with no worries in the world, thinking everything was on the up and up and good to go, you got the anal probing. And
Yeah, I've
so
never,
what?
I've actually never had problems at a border. The most friction I had was trying to get that TN visa. And
I have definitely had to bend over and spread my cheeks and show them my butthole. They never touched it, but I will say that when I did it, and I don't know why I said this, I said, this is amazing. I would be arrested if I did this anywhere else in the world but this room to you. And he was pissed.
See, I think
He
I haven't
was
had to.
pissed.
I haven't had to do it, but I think if I had to, I would try to go the funny route and say, I hope you're taking me out to dinner after this or something. Or
I
you know.
thought I was being funny. I thought I was being funny. Like, it's hilarious, dude. I'm mooning the customs officer with my cheeks spread open. Legitimately what you would want to do when you're being harassed by anyone. And yeah, cough hard twice, foul Bundy. That's correct. Cough hard twice.
imagine that was your job, that you had to inspect assholes. I mean, I feel bad for those guys.
Bummer.
Really. Yeah, it is a
That's
bummer. I
a
mean,
bummer.
that is a bad job.
literally.
Pun
Oh no,
intended.
no, no. There's
Pun
this in the
intended.
military when you go through it's called the ASVAB, when you can take your test and you go through the actual stuff. There's a guy that all he does is, you know, drop them, lift each testicle, then bend over and spread them. That's his entire job. 5 days a week. That's his work day. So imagine that, people. That's your work day. Drop them, spread them, cough twice, bend over. Okay, next, and then the room clears out. Room clears in.
He'd probably really know the difference between a good-looking asshole and a bad-looking asshole. He would really understand the difference between good hygiene and bad hygiene.
So
He would
they'd
have an
be
understanding that I
they
have
would
no
be
interest in having an
sphincter professionals,
understanding.
is what you're saying. A gold star.
I'd be interested in his reject rate. Like, does everybody pass, or is he really into his job and he's getting like one out of 100, one out
Yeah, I
of
don't know.
50?
You'd have
No,
to
no,
ask him.
that's bad. Just get the.
I guess it would be a hemorrhoidal fail, right? I guess, or something like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I guess on a good day, something pops out. On a good day, something pops out, and you're like, yeah!
I knew
It's an
it.
exciting day. Hey, honey, you're not gonna believe this.
That's rough.
Marijuana
That is
actually
rough.
fell out of his anus. It was amazing.
We caught him. Oh fuck.
This is a rough ass church. I'm not gonna lie.
Border discussion. What's the chat saying about anything else?
You never
to
know
talk
what you're gonna get. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's what happens when you know, agree to cover all corners. You got to get everywhere.
So Marcus, I take it at this point
Fuckers.
they've received your paperwork and then they're going to process it and then they'll let you know that the people in Virginia, I guess, will say you're a thumbs up and then you're given the go ahead.
That's the hope. That's a 6 to 9 month wait. So it's, they're obviously backed
Jesus.
up. They're not rushing to do any of this stuff. So it'll be, well, I mean, 8 months is August. 9 months is September, which is harvest in Michigan. So it would be pretty cool to head down to Michigan
cool.
while my partners are harvesting their 17 acres of organic cannabis. I absolutely have been mesmerized by it in the past.
Marcus, I want you to put it on if you come to America, I want you to join us in New York for the USDA's show and tell mid-September. It will be their 8th. And it, as Rob Clark said, it was the most diverse field of cannabis ever planted on the earth he's ever seen or heard of. And they're going to be doing it again.
I'd be honored, man. I'd be honored. Let's hope that everything works out and that they look at me as someone that is welcome in the country and not someone that isn't. I would be mildly devastated if they told me I wasn't welcome, but it was very expensive to apply for a waiver. So I guess you could probably apply for another one at one point in time. I'm not sure, but no, that would be amazing, dude. Like I said, I want to see everyone, man. I want
So the
to head
waiver is
down and
limited. It doesn't last like forever, kind of a thing.
no, usually they give you a 1 year, and then the
What
next time
the
they give you a
fuck?
3, and then the next
That's
time they
so
give you a
American.
5. That being said, the American customs agent who denied me into Portland at the Vancouver airport, he told me based on his knowledge that looking at my numbers, my age, how long it's been since I've been to the US, my lack of criminal records since then, he suspects they'd give me a 5. He was like, "You're gonna get a 5, dude. I would be very
Oh,
surprised
sweet.
if they
So they
didn't give
can
you a
bump you
5."
up.
He's
You
like,
don't
"They give."
have to.
Yeah, because it was so they can do it's up to them. It's they're in charge. They get to do it however they want to do it. And so we'll just hope for the best, man. I just want to come down to America and enjoy the country and enjoy the people and eat good food and smoke. Oh, I mean
And act like an American. I
Do
love
legal things in those states where they are.
it.
oh my God.
I'm watching this right now.
That's
Well, I will
funny.
say, man, there are a
Yes.
lot of people stop by the booth, a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces, and a lot of people asking, "Where's Bubble Man? Where's Bubble Man?" And I was
Nice.
like, "Oh, he's cleaning up a little bit of
Did you meet my
records."
crew from Michigan? Did you meet the Michigan crew
I
like
didn't no,
Jason and Ryan and
I didn't see them come through, man. I must have missed them. I did get to escape the booth a few times. I wish I'd have been able to escape the booth more because that place was so massive. Is the amount of, I mean, this was the first one that I've ever been to, so I don't know what to compare it to. Everyone there, past vendors, said that it's getting smaller and smaller, but I was just like, we were in a room that was bigger than any of the convention we went to. It was just massive, and then that was only one of like 3 or 4 rooms of booths. And but I did get to we were in the cultivation side, but I did get over to where they had a section for like seed breeders and things like that. Um, and that's really all I got to see. And then I walked back to the booth because it was just so pretty much busy. There's always people there wanting to talk.
well, I got to get up there for sure. We're down there one of these days for sure. Hopefully, it'll still be. I mean, listen, I want to go to MJ Biz conference, but it's definitely not at the top of my list. I just want to see so many amazing people in person, in their states that I've
Yeah.
never been able to visit in all of these years. I mean, someone just said in the chat, cake in a cup. B-Man's going to need a tour bus in about 6 months when he gets to the USA. For real. Like I
Yeah,
could
dude.
literally do a tour of the USA in a tour bus. I got so many amazing places to go and invites and grows and hash makers and activists and just friends all around amazing folks. I mean, I'm telling you, it's
You do it. And we have to do a hash church, mobile hash church, man. You're gonna be on the
absolutely
bus.
always mobile hash church.
Oh
You
yeah,
could
do a
I'm
different
not.
stop every weekend at a different space.
Well, listen, we're 20 weeks in right now to do hash church every single week without a miss. And this is, for people that think that's not a thing, it's a thing. Trust me, it's not an easy thing to get people to gather every Sunday morning. It's not an easy thing for me to not be busy or for me to not. I say no to things almost every Sunday morning. I missed all of my 10-year-old son's skating lessons, something I absolutely adore doing and hate missing. I missed every single one of them these 20 weeks. Every week that we did a hash church, I missed one of his skating lessons. So don't think that there aren't sacrifices being made for us to gather and share these dialogues and conversations. And that's just me. I guarantee you every single person on this panel has similar stories in order to make it. So thanks everyone for, first of all, you guys all for showing up on the regular, and for the 300 to 400 people who watch us every week live, and for the 5,000 plus people that watch us as recording within the first week. We do appreciate you guys. There's no doubt about that.
It's definitely
It's good to
passion.
gather.
all the
Yeah.
hash makers out there. We appreciate you, man. The people that are caring about
Yes.
quality and not the people that are remediation artists. The hash makers, that's what I'm talking about.
I was talking to a remediation guy the other day, a CRC. He sells the media, and he's like, oh, it's tough, because like we want to, what we sell our stuff for is for people who need it in a certain, like, say you're growing, I don't know what the situation could be with, for instance, Rad Source that does the irradiation. It's a double-edged sword because you have a group of people that are, say it's your first grow and you're in the seriously regulated, like maybe you're in like Illinois, where I think microbials is like 100. Like 100, dude. That is absolutely insane. That means everyone fails everything all the time. Okay. You're always failing.
Yeah,
So imagine you don't
free.
really understand that. You're kind of like, I think Michigan's 100,000. I could be wrong. If it's
That's on
not,
the
it's
Rex. Yeah, the
10,000.
Rex
It's
side's
much, it's much.
100,000. I think it's
Okay,
10,000
so
on
100,000.
Rex.
So imagine, and I could be wrong. Don't quote me if I'm wrong. It might be 1,000 in Illinois, but it is super fucking low, which means you spend, say you're a small guy, you're not even a rich guy. You build a small spot, you grow up the cannabis. It takes you months, almost a year to get it done. And that's if you're lucky. Otherwise, it's 2 to 3 years. You get your first crop out. It's exceptional. It's beautiful. You send it in for testing. They send it back. You failed microbials. You have two choices. You can irradiate or you can toss that crop. Or I guess there's a third choice. You can turn it into distillate and get like nothing for it. So those are your options. So, and then you got like a whole group of
I,
people going,
I,
oh, if you irradiate, you're a piece of shit. You're just a Chad irradiator. It's like, but on the flip side, you have people, the Chads, who now grow moldy weed. They absolutely don't try to not grow moldy weed. They're happy to grow a whole crop moldy as can be because they know they're going to rad source it. So, and I talked to the owner of Rad Source and I said, that's the problem with your company, dude. It's like, yes, you're there for people who really need you. But what happens is people become a whole thing because of you. And that whole thing is of the lowest quality, the lowest caliber. There's no more love put into it. They don't even try to remediate. They use no IPM. They're happy to just know, I'll just irradiate it at the end of the crop and I'll be fine. So it's not as cut and dry as, oh, we should never have irradiation. Well, I can promise you that irradiation has saved a few mom and pops from going out of business off their first crop in the regulated legal market here in Canada. So it's a hard kind of look at being like, no one should be able to use this because it's so bad, or let's let everyone just grow moldy weed because we have Rad Source to save us at the end of the day. It's tough when you try to make these black and white decisions.
yeah, I think a happy medium there, and they're talking about it here in Michigan. In fact, the CRA, which is the Cannabis Regulatory Agency here in Michigan, they've actually put out like these are our new proposed rules for this upcoming year. Let's talk about it, kind of a thing. We're going to have meetings, and one of the things in there was that if remediation is used, it'd be added to the label, which I think that's great. So if we're going to have this, and we're saying okay, this is okay to have in the market, at least let's label it so that we can tell it apart from other items that don't have remediation. So if it's something that the consumer doesn't want in the end product, they'll at least know to look on the label. So I thought that was kind of a
Yeah.
happy like mitigation tool. I don't know what the words are for that, but I thought that that was a pretty good idea coming from a government agency, which you don't usually see good ideas coming from. So
Yeah.
uh,
Well, I mean, listen, once again, I'm pretty stoked on the whole IPM light from that Thomas came out with. We try not to shamelessly plug things here on Hash Church, but both Spartan and I work with Grandmaster LEDs, and they've come out with this UVC light that is, making some waves, I will say, in the least. You want to talk about it a little bit, Spartan?
yeah, it's a tarantula predator, and it's just it's not a new idea either. I don't like to come out and pretend like we're the first, company to use UVC light, man. We found it, Thomas, the CEO, he found an abandoned patent on it to give us an idea. And then we started looking into it, and the Dutch have been using it quite extensively for long periods of time in their greenhouse operations when they were looking for fungicidal applications. We were looking more for pesticidal applications. So it took us a long time after we developed the light to get it through. We had to register in the United States through the EPA because it's pesticidal, and it's kind of writing the rules on how do you get a light through a pesticidal registration, right? So that was really the longest, hardest thing for us to do. Now that we have it out, we have to do that same battle in every freaking country, right? So we're working on Canada, we're working everywhere else, and everybody's got different regulations and reasons for that. Because number one thing I will like stress about the light when I talk about it is that it can be dangerous to humans as well, right? UVC damages not only the DNA of the bugs, with enough exposure time, it's going to damage the DNA of humans in their
And
skin
DNA of the plants as well.
and DNA in the
Bingo.
plants as well.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
UVC causes all sorts of DNA hecticness,
Yeah. So
mutation, all
it's
sorts of
all
stuff.
about, yeah, it's all about exposure, and for humans you want zero exposure. So run them in the night cycle when there's no other lights on, and run them when no people are present. And the exposure time is 5 minutes. We run it 5 minutes during the night cycle for IPM reasons. If you saw pest pressure, like I'm going to my room, I see some thrip damage on a leaf or something like that, then I would pump that up to 15 minutes and do a 15-minute treatment rather than the 5-minute treatment every night during the night cycle. The night cycle is kind of two reasons. One, it kind of makes sure there's no humans in the room, because usually in a grow you don't have during the night cycle you don't have people in there, because you don't want to bring light into the room, even green light. Green light, I mean, that's a whole nother debate, so I won't get into it. And then also, it does emit a faint light on the UVC spectrum. Like if you put a camera in there and were to videotape when these lights come on, you would be able to see them pop on. It's a faint light, but it acts kind of like a bug light in the darkness. So if there are bugs up and active, they're going to be attracted towards that light source, and which just gives them a bigger exposure, we found. And when we like to hang them, they have a kind of a floating hanging system. It hangs off like these cables that you can slide up and down your poles. But we like to hang them under the plant rather than above over top. Either will work, but the bugs tend to crawl under the leaves to hide. They tend to lay their eggs under the leaves. There's just so much more advantage, and they're way more effective if you hang them under the canopy facing them up. And they kind of swivel, and you can swivel them back and forth, and you can even swivel them all the way down towards the soil level if you wanted to try to go well, like maybe thrips, because they have part of their life cycle down in the soil, maybe fungus gnats, things like that. That's what I really like about them, is they're kind of versatile, and it if if it doesn't eliminate your having to spray, it reduces it by 90%. And that's the least favorite thing for me as a gardener to mess with, is spraying. I know I sound like a salesman, but this is why I really love them. It's like, especially at the commercial
Dude, I
level,
listen,
put
it
on.
blew me away, dude. When I went and saw Thomas and he was like, "Oh, come see my UVC lights." Well, first he told me about his LED lights and I was like, "Dude, I have like 12 LED lights in my garage. Every company and their dog sends me these
Yeah.
lights and wants me to promote them and I don't know anything about them, so I'm not really concerned."
You
And
only
he was
have
like, "Well, I got this other thing and it's yeah, it's this UVC light." And So he started sending me information about that. He started sending me pictures of his absolutely devastated crop from this thrip
Thrips.
damage. Then he showed me that he brought in all these spider mites and aphids, and I was like, this guy is fucking insane. Because this is his medical garden. It's not like some
Right.
extra garden he has just to destroy. It's all the resin from that garden is his resin. If he ruins it, he doesn't get any resin. And so I was like, okay, that's kind of crazy. And I went and photographed his death bubba crop that was devastated by thrips, and he had given it this UVC light for like 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes at night on a timer that it would come on for. And we pulled off some of the damaged leaves and whatnot, so it wasn't so damaged looking. I went in with my macro lens. I want to say 2.5 weeks later, and I couldn't find a thrip or an egg or almost any damage anywhere on the plant. It was very surreal. And it was the same way with the spider mites ones. Like he showed me
Oh,
how many spider mites came. Like he didn't put a spider mite on his plant. First of all, he put like, I don't know, 20,000 of them on there or something, like some insane amount of spider mites on his plant. And just a couple of plants in a tent, same, with the aphids in the background on another plant. And he's photographing, videoing these things. And after 36 hours, it was insane how many there were. Like it must have been hundreds of thousands of them, if not millions. And
yeah.
then within like 12 days, there was no webbing. There was no spider mite damage on the fresh new leaves that were coming up. I just personally had never seen anything like it. I thought the exact same thing, Chimera, immediately. I was like, well, it has to be, if it can damage my DNA, if it can damage bug DNA, it has to obviously be able to damage plant DNA. I didn't do any science on it. What I did do is I photographed his plants with a very high potency macro lens, which I've shared before. There's no bugs or bug poop or bug damage anywhere to be seen on the plant. I feel like I went to all the places where you would find it. It's not like I took 3 tops and just photographed 3 tops. I was underneath and in deep. Then I had him come to my house with the flower after he cut it. And unfortunately, he had dried it. If we had used it fresh frozen, I have no doubts the star rating would have gone up a little bit, but it was a solid 5 star. And we got over 20%. It was a 22% yield from dry flower to hash. And so, from my perspective, it seemed like the plants looked healthy. They looked good after the infestation. The resin was great. It was strong. It wasn't lacking any flavor profile. The yield seemed to be there. I mean, who knows? Maybe he would have gotten a 28% return had he not used them. I have no idea. But that was kind of my initial introduction to them. And I'm looking forward to being able to get a few in Canada when we have all the listings that make it legal for us to do so. Because I obviously want to, I love the idea of just having something in my quiver. I'm not, I've been growing for a long time, but I'm not what you call a grower. I haven't been doing it consistently. I don't know enough about it. I have amazing friends who seem to know almost everything about it, and that's wonderful. So I have lots of tips, but I also don't have a lot of time to give to plants. So I just have a couple of tents going, and I haven't gotten any bugs, but I would love to get those lights in, even for, and I haven't gotten any powdery mildew yet either. But I know it's coming. I know it's inevitable. I mean, John, you can tell us all about powdery mildew and bugs. I've seen them. I've seen them at your house before. How much would you not love just another tool that doesn't involve changing?
And
What's
I
that?
like cool belt. I had something. I had a wizard wand, which is similar. I have put on my big. Remember, I put on this mask and then welding gloves. And remember, yeah, everybody's laughing. Okay, everybody saw I was doing this, right? So I've tried all different ways. So this is just that other way that's giving it more effective, and I love it. So do I want to try it 1,000%? Why? Because it's called a garden. I've been growing in there for like 15 years. Do you think like I've cleaned it? It's blue skinned, everything like that. So another tool to add into your garden is essential for you to be able to continue with your growth, right? So, I mean, I got a plant at the bottom of my stairs right now growing outside, right? So I keep moving it around. It's got powder wheel. I'm just fucking around with it. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing with it. The other one's gone, so went to another place. So I'm kind of getting my strains out there so people have them, and then I'm getting rewarded. It's coming back, right? So that's the rewards. And we got one plant that went outside and it's kind of like remember like what Ryan said. I mean, these are breeding projects that go on for years and years. We keep running different parts of it. Like 126 seeds, we pulled like one or two out of it. It's been years now. That one we need to a little see how it's going to perform over the next little bit. See what it comes out in 5 years. I love that because it's not something that everything takes time to see what's going to be best suited for what you're looking for. And if you're not going to put it through the test and understand it and learn from the tools that we got so we can continue doing what we're doing, it's fucking awesome. I'm excited to get the tool.
50% of the thing
Yeah, I
that
mean,
keeps it
you'll see
fun.
with those things if you do some sequencing experiments, you'll see you don't want to use that stuff on mother plants. Like it's one thing to be putting it on production plants that are going through a system, but I like if you care about your genetics, you definitely want to do everything you can to minimize mutations. And it's known that
We'd
UVC.
love to do that if we can set that up. If you can help us point us in the right direction or even be involved,
Yeah,
Chimera,
well,
we
you
would
want to, I mean,
absolutely
if he
love
really
that.
wants to be serious about it, we could probably even put the light in an academic
Yes.
institution and
Of
then
course, we
they
have
do
it in one already, but we would absolutely love to have it in more.
well,
Absolutely, we would love to.
we'd put it in a licensed lab that does sequencing, and then they just run some trials with it and do a paper. So he'll have to pay for, the use of the lab or whatever, but that's the kind of data that you want, right? Uh,
Absolutely.
Yep.
because it's, like yeah, like for plants that don't, that aren't destined to become a cell line, right? Which that's what we're doing with mother plants is those plants are they're cell lines, right? So as the cells divide, a little bit of mutation is inevitable, and there's been some science that already shows that. But like if you start putting in things that cause DNA damage, absolutely it's gonna change things. And from a production point of view, like you said, Marcus, like it doesn't change the product, doesn't necessarily change the product. But what you don't want to do is be mutating important genes in the cell line so that future.
Yeah, and it'd be nice to have that information because then you could write an SOP that says, all right, use the predators in your production outfit, but in your mother room, use your traditional IPM practice.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
they
that's
do
the best way to work
they
around.
they've got I've seen these things at like there's in Austria the law is vegetative plants are legal, flowering plants are not legal. So there's clone shops. And these guys have set up early grows and warehousey kind of grows with probably not the best environments. And they roll out those UVC. They have like them on like not brooms, but like broomsticks. And that way you can
Like a
reach
big
right
boom.
over into the canopy. Yeah, and they move it by hand. And then there's some that have these like, it's kind of like a bot robot with arms that fold out and they can go over the canopy and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's a bit of a pain in the ass. And if you ask me, I think stationary probably makes a
Yeah,
lot.
right. Yeah, just hanging them and leaving them and putting it on a timer is kind of how we recommend doing it. And they're also IP66 rated too, so it's not like it doesn't have to replace. It doesn't take away your ability to spray. If you had
Sure.
like some giant outbreak, obviously spray, get the knockdown, but then use the UVC as another tool
Can you put a
to
picture of one up on the screen, Marcus? Do you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
like
yeah, I can put one up. They're like 5 watts. They're not like
it's
massively
only
powerful.
well, it's 5 watts per bar, 2 bars per like 5 by 5, so up to
You gonna
five by
put it
five.
up there, Spartan, or do you want me to?
I can pull it up if you'd like. Let me do
Sure,
that.
sure, yeah. Etienne had just requested that everyone can share, so I believe everyone can share.
so you just line them up under the canopy? I think that's a really good idea too.
Yep, yep. Just hang them underneath. I was trying to find. I should probably pull up. Did a YouTube video that is a just like an unboxing that kind of shows how they hang and stuff. It's so hard to describe. It's such a great design. I was so impressed with the design when I saw it for the first time. How it's kind of modular in a way.
While
Oh,
you're
you
looking,
found it.
I
You
found
found it.
this is the actual newspaper article from 93. And there I am behind Elvie with my hat, my Saints hat on backwards. And she's like,
That is awesome, dude.
yeah. A woman who legally was allowed to smoke marijuana for medical reasons was refused entry to Canada Wednesday after she tried to cross BC's Pacific Highway border crossing with her 2 day supply of her quote unquote medicine. Yeah. So there it is for
Okay, they got her
posterity.
age right there. They got her age, 48
They
right
got it
there.
right
That's
there,
enough.
but for some reason, the Canadian Broadcasting Network on the radio was saying she was 90. you know, and she was pissed. So just so people are aware,
Dude.
this is what a legal tin. This is one of LV's legal tins. That's what it looks like. That they would ship 300 joints in. Well, that's just stuff in there. Um, but that's what that comes in. But for posterity's sake, this one goes in the museum. This is Robert Randall's tin number one from October of
Oh, wow.
1976. I
That's
was
amazing.
Jesus Christ.
I was able to get this from his widow. And so initially this was to Robert Randall, who was patient zero, who sued the government. And it was given to his doctor, see, 10776.
Was
That's how
that one tarnished as well, like the other one, or is that one painted? Like I can't.
this one is just it's just one, check it out. The original tin is smaller,
Okay.
so they
They
rolled them
switched
bigger.
suppliers.
So
Yeah.
I got this from Alice O'Leary Randall, his widow, and she told me that initially the doctor took the cannabis out of the tin. It comes with a
It's too bad David's not here because he's got this whole set of information about the rolling machine that made the joints for
Pall
these.
Mall rolling machine. So yeah, this was she said initially the tin was given to the doctor, and the doctor took the cannabis out of the tins and put them into a pill bottle. And then when he was down to the last 100, he was given this tin. So this is
Okay.
tin number one. And so whenever there's a museum in the North America for cannabis, this one is definitely going in that museum because that is a historical
That's
object.
awesome. Someone,
Yeah.
someone needs to market a tin, the pre-rolls back in tins. We'll go to the historic roll. We can do it better than the government. Come on, guys, let's do it.
Well, the cannabis inside of it's terrible, but you
Yeah,
know,
I
But
know.
it was
austerity
intentional.
of the cannabis, it's the tin itself, just is significant because you have to understand, people, he had to sue the government to win that right for them to have that terrible cannabis.
Well, and then they
We'll
opened
get
up the
back to it,
program.
but Dave said it's a Bonzac rolling machine. He's in the chat, actually. He's not feeling good right now, so he's in bed, but he is in the YouTube chat if you want to talk to him there. Oh, and Thomas is coming in too. He's probably wants to share some stuff on the UVC light.
I don't know. Are you able to see the tarantula predator right now on your screen?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can see it clearly.
Okay, because it wasn't showing for me. That's weird. But this is the predator light in a nutshell, what it looks like. And there's these little 5 watt bars. You hang two of these and you space them however you like underneath to cover your up to 5 by 5 area. And see these little clips underneath these little plastic. Can I blow that up? I can. Where'd it go? Here it is. See these little plastic clips underneath? So there's these metal bars that hang off of aircraft cable that click into that. So that allows this whole thing to just swivel on it. So you can swivel 360 degrees with it. And if you wanted to, you could go in there and make micro adjustments every day if you really wanted to go to that level of like targeting a certain area in a under canopy or something like that. But because
that
of
would be cool if that was motorized and you could actually it could turn
oh,
itself.
dude, that would be cool as hell. We'll have to tell Thomas. We'll get him on it.
Not impossible. Oh, now Sam's making his way
Oh,
in.
it's
I thought
actually
Thomas came
totally
in.
very
Thomas is
doable.
in.
How's it
Thomas is
going,
in right
guys?
now.
There's Hemp
Oh my
Guy.
God, dude, is that your yard?
Yeah, my these are my some raspberry beds that we're decommissioning. I didn't have any experience growing raspberries, and you do not want to grow them in beds because they'll take up every last square inch. And we have
Sure.
we have 23 varieties with thousands of canes of every single variety. So we're decommissioning some of these beds.
Oh, I was going to
Anyways,
say, where's your machine? There it is.
there it is. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I just haven't been on a 135 in a bit. But yeah, so one thing I just wanted to touch, I heard you guys talking about thrips, and the first thing about thrips is, yeah, they do go into the soil, but for whatever reason, when using the predators for 15 minutes at a time, they just can't withstand it. And in like, I'm going to say 99% of cases, within 7 days, they're completely gone. Like the adults just leave. I thought at first it was making them so that they can't reproduce. But for whatever reason, the pressure will obviously in time have the science behind it, but they just can't withstand it. And the other thing I wanted to talk about, well, UVC goes from 100 to 280 nanometers. So that's a huge difference then. Well, there's a lot of different wavelengths, and definitely UVC in the like just above 100 can be, it could break down anything. I could break down the plastic of anything, basically, or anything. We have people using them with mothers, and their clones are totally fine, and they haven't had anything negative in any of their
No, but
COAs yet.
you can't measure that DNA mutation by saying that they're fine and looking at the plants. That has to be measured by sequencing.
No, I'm just going by the COAs of the clones that have grown underneath it. That there's nothing that there's been nothing negative noticed. If anything, it's been positive because people have been using them to also enhance THC. UVC has a way higher efficacy than UVB or UVA for stressing out a plant, and that's what people use supplemental UVA, etc. But I agree. Well, there's lots of
Chimera was mentioning. Go ahead, Thomas.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like I said, I think that there's a lot of really bad information about there, and a lot of, like I said, I found an abandoned patent and went down the path and found that people faked research and lied about everything, and it put us down. It really slowed us down like almost half a year because we were afraid to use the UVC light longer than 5 minutes. It was only until that we tried to THC that this actually happened, and we accidentally got rid of thrips and realized, that they can handle a lot more, and also that different types of cultivars can take different amounts of UVC, and also different cultivars also, like obviously that the more roots that they have, the more that they can take, but it was weird how some are way more sensitive than others. But I believe that there's a lot of bad data on it. I think in a couple of years, every single commercial grow will be using it because it just gives you such an advantage over spraying pesticides, even to be like for spider mites, even to be able to weaken them and slow their spread by over 90% and making it, 10 times easier to beat. It's life-changing. Like the 3 biggest pests are probably fungus gnats, spider mites, and thrips. And it's extremely effective on all 3 of them.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong about any of that stuff, but what I'm saying is something completely different, and it's that UVC is known to cause, it's a DNA mutagen. So it causes mutations in cells when they divide. That's what's happening. Like all plant material, all human material, all like Thrip material, it's just cells dividing, right? And so if you're bombarding the information system that controls that cellular division, which is what DNA is, with a mutagen, you do compound mutations over time. So like it's totally fine to be using that on a plant that is going through a production cycle and is going to be cut down like you're ripping out those berries. But on mother plants that are the cell line that leads to those plants, you don't want to be exposing those kinds of like important, biological materials to mutagens.
I agree with you, Ryan.
Could anything positive happen from it mutating in testing either? Just curious.
Yeah, like mutation is evolution, right? So
Exactly.
absolutely, it's what leads to potential. However, like it's also a technique that we use. Like it depends on the species usually. Like there's some species that are incredibly true breeding, and they don't have a lot of homozygosity and genetic variability like cannabis does. So like there's sometimes where you actually do want to try to induce mutation. But we already know that cannabis has tons of genetic variability, and there's some science that even shows that the plants are mutating anyway. So, it becomes a matter of, or at least my opinion is that with materials that are becoming mother plants and donors to, your production plants, I think that it's safe to say we want to minimize DNA mutation as much as
I agree with you, Ryan.
yeah, especially for breeding. So,
But you were talking about doing a potential white paper at a university where you just do gene sequencing on the plants that you're exposing to the UVC. Someone else, Sam Seth, mentioned plants have lived under natural light, which has plenty of UV. Why is such a concern that UV is going to cause genetic mutation when they've adapted to those length?
well, they haven't adapted, and that's one of the drivers of DNA mutation, right? Like we know that this is not like a controversial opinion. We know that UV causes DNA damage. That's why they tell you to put on sunscreen when you go out in the sun, right? Because these things are causing mutations in the cells in your skin that are constantly dividing and giving birth to new cells. And when a mutation randomly happens in a gene that is important, then, that's irreversible, right?
And the
So,
cumulative effects is much worse.
Well, that
yeah,
and a production standpoint also is you're trying to get uniformity. You're not trying to get changes. You're trying to say, this is my selected cultivar. I just want to keep them on my and I want to get that same result every time. Well, if you want
well,
that,
but what
you want
Thomas
them.
is saying, and there may be some truth to this, because I've actually heard this from other groups that are using UVC as well, is that it alters cannabinoid expression. And that, again, you'd want to really test in a controlled scientific environment before you start making product claims about it.
Right, but you
Uh,
could be really safe by continuing to use your traditional IPM in your mother room, take clones off of those
Absolutely.
mothers, and then
Yeah.
use
And
the
like
UVC to push that
100%.
cannabinoid result. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Like, don't take it like I'm giving you shit about the lamp. I'm not. Like, if they have that use and
No,
they're
I'm
beneficial.
appreciating the
Yeah.
conversation, man. I'm not taking it that way at
Yeah.
all.
I just wanted to be clear for Thomas and everyone. But yeah, these are it's the difference between production and genetic conservation. I mean, these clones that we keep alive. I mean, Sour Diesel, OG. How old are these plants? How old would they have been in 1 year of nature, right?
Yeah.
Like, these plants don't usually live longer than a year, and so, like, these important plants that are passed around and multiplied through thousands and thousands and thousands of cell divisions, right? Stuff starts accumulating mutations. Um, and if they hit important genes, then it's,
Oh
yeah.
shit, I
Yeah.
think Thomas's battery died. He just said that's why he bumped out of the room. He's going to try to come back in. I personally think what you're saying is the main concern I had when I first thought about it. I thought the exact same thing. Keep it away from genetics you're trying to preserve until you've done papers that show that through gene sequencing that there is no damage whatsoever at those, because it's all about a threshold, right? It's like, well,
Yeah.
where's the threshold? Is it at 2 minutes? Is it at 5 minutes? Is it at 27 minutes? I guarantee you, if you put these lights on for hours, they would almost kill your plants. You would notice your
Dude,
plants
I've
were
done
being affected by them.
Well,
no
you
You
have
in
get
to
the
it?
establish a
in the
baseline rate of mutation anyway for cannabis without the UVC, right? So,
right.
like,
Mm,
you really need to do a real study to figure it out.
yeah.
But you guaranteed it would. I mean, that's what
Well,
UV does.
that's we're excited for those studies. We're working with a couple universities right now that have our lights, but I guess we'll say the frustrating thing about studies is you have to wait for them,
Yeah, it takes
and
time.
you know what I mean? It takes time to do those things, and it takes time to then write the results and then interpret the results, and then if you want peer review, it's another step, and we're hoping for all of that, absolutely. But right now we definitely don't have that, but we'd have in testing ourselves gotten such exciting results from it
I
that we're
see
like,
that. I
we're
know.
like,
That's
let's just share it, let's get it out to people, and the science will catch up hopefully. And it's not like that's even a bad way of saying it, because the science is already there about the effectiveness of UVC on pests. If we're talking about pesticides, what we're questioning is what is this effect on the plant now at these exposure rates
Yeah.
at the 5 minutes a night, a
Well,
night.
you know what? From my perspective, you also have to imagine like Chimera is not like the majority of these people that are just like crossing seeds. The amount of time and energy and money that guys like Sam and Chimera have put into their genetics, their seed, that material in an actual dollar value is like borderline priceless, but really worth millions of dollars. And you can't just go back, and if you alter it in a drastic way, you can't just go back and fix that so easily. So he's coming from a very unique perspective. On the flip side, when you think of the amount of people that are spraying poisons on their plants and then selling it to people, and those people are smoking
yeah.
pylon and avid and all these other fucking cancer causing things, there's no way that on the flip side I can't see it as a really great thing. I hear Ryan so loud and clear, and I got to admit, like from my protective mother batch, that genetic lineage, I might not mess around until I saw the science. But in the meantime, my crops that was going to crop out and turn it into hash, and I wouldn't even think twice of doing it. I mean, the
Oh,
effectiveness that I saw in that light at Thomas's house was bonkers. I honestly, I mean, the last thing that I saw that blew my mind that much would probably be learning Skunkman Sam's static tech and rosin. Those were the two things that I would compare to this light in regards to how much it could help I mean, I get that, yes, it could help the big guy, the big commercial growers, it can help them, but how much it could help the little guy who's just trying to grow some plants in a tent, but then bugs come along and devastate everything. Or, that's another sort of flip side to yes, you want to wait for the science for certain aspects. In the meantime, I'm not even thinking twice and throwing a couple of those into my tents.
Well,
Absolutely. Oh, and I'm not saying not to do that. Like, I mean, it's just
No,
being
but you're
careful
not.
what to do. But if they, it seems to me that the argument is, and I hope I would assume that this is actually how it is, that the dose of UV is strong enough that the bugs aren't just bugging out, they're dying, right? They're not able to because they're getting accumulated mutations. And if
Not
He's got
necessarily
a
dying, but
video.
Well,
He's got a video of aphids jumping for their lives off of this plant.
yeah, well, they're probably like, get the fuck out of here. This is lethal, right? They know.
you know, I agree with what Ryan is saying actually, and like I do think that there obviously needs to be some testing. It also has the potential to take genetics further. Like I said, mutation is evolution. So like being able to test things like that, I think are also it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah.
well, there's basically a big difference between using it on material that you're producing to sell or make hash with, and mother clones that you're then going to use this on, copy them, use it again on the copies, then keep doing that for years, and the cumulative effects could be disastrous.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
having them in like an entrance of a building, like wherever you're built, like say you have an entrance and it being running in the middle of night, so if any insects do get in, you have the potential to really affect their reproducing capabilities is another really big edge. There's a lot of different things, and obviously people implement it in all different types of HVAC systems already for killing mold. So just having them in your room on is obviously going to help with microbials and mold.
Right,
But
but
how about the customer
again,
that hadn't
just
seen?
to say,
Yeah.
like, the reason that those things are sealed, like, I think that's probably what you'll have an issue with is in getting it licensed for public release is exposure, right? Because we have to remember, it's like, you unfortunately, when you release products, you have to make them safe for the stupidest among us, right? Some people will plug those fucking things in and just leave them going. But the reason that they work
well,
for
we have
and
failed
from
states.
molds is because the dose of the UV is high enough that it's causing mutations. And if it's causing mutations in those other organisms, guaranteed it's happening in the plant state.
Yeah, well, the second you get above like a couple watts, it's not safe for humans and pets by like, even though it technically is, as long as you're like a certain distance away, but people treat it real, well, like in Canada, like in the United States, we're allowed to sell it. In Canada, we're not. We're having to develop new technology that's really stupid. Like sticking your hand in a blender can be dangerous too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's like just sticking your hand in a blender is just equally just as dangerous. Like if you can't follow that directions, then like you can't.
Well,
Blender will definitely fuck up your hand.
Yeah, how many people
Yeah.
don't read a product instructions of a product they just pull out of the
Well, we had some
package and turn it on.
pretty
So,
serious guidelines with the EPA just on how we had to, like, we had to follow all the guidelines on just how we made the label and what we've had to say with it and everything. And yeah, we understand I understand the liability, and I agree. There's definitely a lot of stuff to be pushed forward. It's definitely on the higher side of the wavelength. So like, UVB starts.
There's so much interesting science that could be done with this, like there's definitely, like someone in the chat just mentioned, let's try the light on bee parasites. Imagine if you could find a frequency or a layer of, so it was not so intense to affect the bee, but it destroyed those fucking parasites that feed off of them that are killing colonies all around the world.
Mites,
It's just neat, the different, the mites, exactly. More mites. It's always fucking mites, isn't it?
Damn mites.
Either that or
Anyway, it's
it'll
an
make
interesting
the mites
conversation.
stronger.
I don't, I don't,
Yeah, well, shit. No
that would be the
shit.
first
You never
organism
know.
the UVC made stronger, though, I think. So, but they would be the ones, those little bastards.
We're really careful how effective we say it is on everything else. Like I like to say that it's the cure for thrips. It truly is. And I know thrips aren't a big issue for a lot of people, but some people, like I've seen people's facilities that are plagued when they have these cycles and they just You know what I mean? They're really hard to beat when you constantly have something going, and it's been life changing for people like that.
Well,
And
what about the exposure to those poisons, Thomas? You and I went to a monster fucking grow recently, and they were spraying lots of pylon. I could smell it in the air, and I felt like the people working in those plants. What about the exposure to those toxic chemicals that they're just in the room with like 24/7?
That's why you use IPM. Use IPM.
Right.
yeah, like I said, I like the only real predator bugs that I think if you're using like our actual UVC is like hypoacis or like rogue beetles. Both of them are almost indestructible and they protect your soil.
Huh?
Even though it's like extremely effective against root
Oh,
aphids and it draws flying ones, like root aphids can stay in your soil the whole time and never even come out. And so they are like the cancer, like they're one of the toughest things to beat. In my opinion, like there isn't really that great of a solution for them, or they're just really tough. Once you get them, you're pretty much screwed. Um, yeah,
I'm able to get rid of thrips easy.
Yeah, but
that's
you're Skunk Man Sam.
so am I. Do you know what with neem? Like when I was allowed to use like neem and stuff like that, like back in the day when I used Azimax, obviously I haven't used that stuff in years. To be quite honest, like as long as I was doing thorough sprays, like I was able to wipe them out pretty effectively. And it's like, do you know what kind of got me down? Like we got into experimenting with all different types of predator bugs and like I started getting like I'm trying to beat thrips and I was using what are they called? Well, a Swirsky and there's another one and I was also using that pirate bug. I forget what the official name is, but and I was using 4 times the amount that they were telling me the rec that I needed and I still couldn't beat them. And it's like frustrating for me
The,
not
the,
being able to
the,
use so many and not be able to beat them.
the
The problem
only pest I was unable to get rid of was spider mites. Every other pest I could prevent and eliminate once I had them.
Yeah, thrips are really easy to knock down. I mean, pretty much even like potassium salts will take care of the
Yeah,
adults.
but
But
for
the problem
example,
is that they breed on the plant and then they pupate in the soil. So
that's true.
if
And
you don't
and
target most if you
the
don't
other
target
thing
both stages of their life cycle at the same time,
the
then you
other
can't.
thing they do is if you have a greenhouse facility that has open windows, they come in to
Yeah, through
there
the
unless
yeah.
they're screened really, really, really tightly.
Yeah, and the other real pain in the ass thing about thrips is that they're called parthenogenic, which means that by the time that the babies are born, they're already carrying the next generation. They can enter this phase of life where they clone themselves. So
Like aphid.
you don't even need like a male and a female to find each other. Every one is like a cyborg program to just
No,
Jesus
reproduce.
Christ.
they're
Yeah,
more like Mary Magdalene.
yeah, right.
It's confusing how we can beat them so easily without having to target the soil or the medium because like that so many people have come back to me and saying scope the soil and I have and it doesn't seem to matter for whatever reason after 7 days of using these things for a certain amount of time it's like it knocks out every stage of of them and we just can't find them. It's like they leave the room.
Well, it
Like
also seems to attract them, which is definitely like a lot of like I read a bunch of the stuff on the UVC, and one of the things that it said was that it doesn't have the ability to penetrate the canopy, that it has a weak penetration. And I was like, well, that's fuck. I saw these on like 3 foot tall plants over at Thomas's, and they were killing plants from the top or bugs from the top to the bottom. Well, yeah, these things, no matter how short the period that they're on for, they seem to attract the bugs when they are
5 minutes.
in the.
Oh, sorry. I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say
No, you're
five.
ready.
When we're using them for 5 minutes, like we had 97 to 98% protection, and I was afraid to use them anymore because of other people's data and research. And it's like, but even at 5 minutes, like it was giving them what I would consider immunity, but we could still find them. What was crazy is I had this one video where I found 12 adult thrips on one leaf. I've never seen that in my life, and they were all like they were just sitting there confused, and it's like it was weird because at 5 minutes it was putting them almost in like I would say like a zombie state where they're still alive and kicking but confused and not doing what they should normally be doing. And then it's like we accidentally beat them by trying to stress the plant out. And then it's from that point on, it's like I think it's been about 20 months now where it's like we can conclusively just beat them.
I do like that you always put them from the underside up. I just thought like UVCing the fresh growth sites was like pushing it. I wasn't sure. Like my mind was like, no, just like I like when you told me, no, we're putting them underneath and I can turn them and move them. And I thought, okay, that seems pretty sensible.
I want to talk about how you mentioned that you say that you have like hypothesizers say that it might anticipate creating more THC or you're getting more resin. Is that what you're saying about this light? Because what I want to comment on is I use something that's called the wizard wand. So it's the UVC, and I used to go over my plants with it all the time. I used to say it used to give me more THC. I used to always get more resin off of the plants. I used to use this light on. I used to do this for a while. So it's like you said, it's been around, and I love how you have it on a canopy underneath now and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking outside right now, is there any research on that?
Well, that is something that we're working with the university where we're going to be pushing the limits, because when we had a timer actually fail, this is when we discovered, oh shit, like we could kill our plants by this, because it goes it literally goes into the stem and will go through the whole damn plant. And I definitely believe that there's a threshold. Like right now, people like to use supplemental UVB is like, in my opinion, the biggest gain to hit a higher THC and higher terpenes, and people use it from like 1 hour to 2 hour, and when they're usually using 30 watts supplemental and they're using this for usually the last 3 or 4 weeks. I've seen multiple side by sides where it's UVA versus UVB, and there's just no question about it. The efficacy is so much higher with UVB. Well, UVC is going to have a much higher efficacy, so it's just about finding that special number. As do we have to put it on for 2.5?
And with UVB, it's not the entire wavelength. It's only part of the wavelength that's affected.
So really looking at different light recipes, even with bugs or in all different ways, of really narrowing on these light recipes and then intervals of time. It's really we're seeing that. That's cool. So it's it's new research, and I love this as we're talking. I'm like thinking of what I'm seeing and what you're talking about, and then really getting down at the different light recipes, maybe even for thrips or for bugs. Is there like a recipe, or are you just targeting like within certain, is it 250? What's the?
Well, we don't actually disclose the actual wavelength because we tested like a whole bunch and did it. Like we're not like trying to make a blueprint for everybody to copy us, but it's definitely on the higher side of things. And I can tell you with like the UVB diodes, like UVB goes from 280 to 315, and the diodes that we're working with UVB are like 310. And a lot of people use 315, and most, like same with UVA, people use on the higher side. Like people use much higher. They don't use on the lower side from what I've seen. And I definitely think without question, it's going to enhance or the THC and terpenes. There's just no question about it. Like UVB, I highly recommend people to use it. We spent
If you use UVB, you don't want to use the entire wavelength because it doesn't help. What you have to use is, if I remember correctly, was 360, right in that range. That was extremely helpful, whereas the other ones, you could use 10 times as much and it didn't help hardly at all.
Didn't Dutch Innovation just do a white paper on UVB? I thought I saw Jer post that recently about terpene increase or something.
He was talking about it, and also too, I'm trying. Where I saw this was a presentation at Green Tech about 5 years ago. I don't remember the name of the guy. I can look it up and find it. I've got it in my bibliography, and he absolutely was increasing, even more than the THC was the terpene productions. And berry growers in the United States are also finding the same results. They're using either plastic hoop cosses, which transmit the UVB that was beneficial, or they were using additional UVB around the 360 range, if I remember correctly.
I'm pretty sure that it does end at 315, and then it goes from 315 to 400 is the UVA. But yeah, there's all different
Yeah,
types. There is all
yeah.
different types of diodes.
I don't remember the exact wavelengths. I just remember that only about 10-20% of the UBV wavelength was causing the benefits. All the rest of it was just a waste of time.
Like 2 years ago when we started develop, like actually out of anything that we ever did, we spent more time developing an under canopy light, and besides that was a UVB UVA fluorescent bar because we were trying to get it certified and we were just struggling to do it, and it was too like the cost of UVB diodes was just so expensive that it didn't make sense. It wasn't really possible for us to do. And then, but in the last 2 years, the price has come down and technology changes, and now it's totally doable to do with diodes. Where you could like, because they just put out like a lot of people had made them with diodes, but it's like super deceiving if you say I've got a UVB UVA light, but really only 2.5% or 3% of the output is UVB.
Yeah,
You know what
the
I mean?
name of the researcher was Peter Barber.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. I just threw
Dude,
it
I
in here.
don't, I don't know about everyone else in Hash Church, but I want a copy of Sam's bibliography. Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
If you send me an email, which you can't do because I don't want to give it out publicly, then I'm happy to send it to anybody that wants it. It was a paper. I wish I could. It was by Peter Barber, and it was called "The Next Evolution in Horticulture Lighting: The Impact of Using Supplemental UVB," and it was June the 12th, 2018, at the Green Tech in the Rye in Amsterdam.
I'll
You
send
might be
you
able
an
to
email for
find.
certain.
I'm pretty sure it's on the internet also.
Beautiful. Give thanks. Thanks for showing up, by the way. I know you're not feeling that good right now, so I appreciate you making time and showing. I was thinking
Well,
if he's listening, he's not going to be able to help himself. He's going to have to come in and chime in and tell us stuff. So thank
what
you.
really attracted me was all the asshole talk. I just had to see it.
I knew it. I knew it. Oh my God, that's funny. Oh my goodness.
Next week
Did
on Hack Church.
Yes, next week on Hash Church. Exactly. I
Then
have a few shows planned. I've been trying to get some people together, but Christmas and holidays and everything, it's been slow going. Still want to do the aromatic volatile one where we're going to invite Jeremy Plum and Nick Ziegler and the two colleagues of his that put the equipment together to be able to sniff at 1 trillionth, all of these sorts of things. Who else was going to be on that show? I'm forgetting a lot of people. Anyway, there's two or three. There's a traditional hash show that I'm working on right now. There's like a PhD show that I'm working on right now with a bunch of brilliant people. And hopefully all those shows will come to fruition and we'll be able to get out in the new year. I definitely have plans on doing Hash Church every single week of next year. So we've done 20 weeks so
hell yeah.
far this year in a row, and we'll keep doing it in the new year in 2025.
I just want to, for one, thank you for that, Bubba, man. Man, I've watched you from the early days of my growing until and still watching you today, and then being able to meet you and hang out with you. I just want to thank you for always putting the knowledge out there for free. That was the biggest thing that made you stand out. There were others doing it, but not like you, man. Not like the top tier knowledge and making it free for the little guy, man. That was awesome. So thank you for that.
Yeah, happy to be a part of your journey, bro. Happy to be a part of your journey. I'm yeah, it's
I
it's a nice community we have.
I put in this Lumentive Grow GTP I created, and it's asked what is the best UV rating for killing bugs. It went right down the rabbit hole, of course. It told you the DNA while testing targeting bugs. Rating at 254 nanometers is used commercially for these applications. Intensify exposure bugs for UVC effectively. So I just put that into the chat, and you guys can ask us some questions and really go down the rabbit hole and ask it about different UV ratings and stuff like that, what these can do, and really we can start educating and learning all this cool stuff. So it's just several.
I was talking to Dr. David Allen the other day, and I asked it to write like like a kind of a, not a resume, but like a breakdown on who he is and the work that he's done. And he was pretty tripped out. I mean, it said that he was born in British Columbia, which was totally false. And it had maybe about 10 or 11 other complete and total absolute mistakes. But in like, this long page, he was like, it knew about his research. It knew about what hospitals he worked at. It knew about like he was a thoracic cardiac heart surgeon. It knew quite a bit of stuff, but there are still mistakes. So make sure when you do ask ChatGPT things that you research the results that you get and don't think that it's the word of God. That's what I would say about the AI right now. It's amazing. Don't get me wrong, but it makes mistakes.
It 100% makes mistakes, and that's how it actually learns. And you have to learn how to use ChatGPT.
That's how I learned too.
Right? That's how we all learn.
Making mistakes. Right? Making mistakes.
And really understanding how to use the super intelligence, and that's what it really is. It just reflects and helps you in so many ways. So it's like I always say, it's learning how to use a tool. We all had to learn how to grow. We all learn different things, learning different lights, everything like that. This is all we're doing. We're learning these new tools. So there's just some new cool tools helping us learn the new tools that we'll be learning together and be able to take it to that next level. So it's super cool, guys. I just, like now I have my clone talking to other clones, and now it's getting like some like wow. It's like, yeah, I know. It's just like my clone talking with another clone, like James and all these different clones that are being created right now. And it's like now you're like, shit, I would never thought that. Whoa, now you're like it's using
Have your clones talk to each other and decide who wants to breed with who instead of you making the decision. How cool would that be?
He's talking about his ChatGPT clone, which is like himself, that's not himself, that's talking to you the same way you would ask
clone self.
ChatGPT. Yes, he is the clone self, exactly. So he's not quite
Oh, I
talking
thought you were
about his
talking about
cuttings.
clones, plant
I
clones.
know you did. That was awesome. I know you did.
He could assign each
Reddit.
chat GTP to its own to a clone and all their characteristics and get them talking about who do you like that. You could do that in a way. It's kind of funny. That was funny though.
at
That's
Ryan's.
called the mycorrhizosphere.
We had my clone and Ryan clone talking about these subjects, and it went really down. And it was really cool because when you get a super intelligence, and then actually when they're talking back and forth, it's kind of like it's going to be the next level. Really, 2025 is going to be really mind blowing for the industry to really grow forward. It's going to be exciting to see how we're able to take it to that to the future where we're going. Right, that's what we're all doing here. It's going to be a lot of fun. We can create what we will see.
Wait till we figure out that there is no future or past and that there's only the moment that we're in right now. That's when anxiety and stress is going to relieve us all. Tomorrow never comes. It turns into today.
It's always today. It's we live in the now, right? The future is
Right?
what you.
That's
Hey,
it, brother.
Speaking of that, leaving the now, I got to go hang out with the girlfriend, and we're gonna have some good holiday times. So thank you so much for the invitation. It was a great time, and it's awesome hanging with all you guys.
Keep up the heavy metal, man.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, rock on, everybody. Keep growing.
Peace. Thanks for coming out, brother. Appreciate it. Thomas with the dual devil's horns.
I had
And
to
the
rock
dual
on. I had to
dogs.
give him the rock on, man.
Hey, your dog's licking your other dog's ass. Just pointing that out. It's been ass church, so. Yeah, that other dog is really there for it too. He's like, I'm gonna stick around for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Two females.
Dogs are awesome. Dogs are awesome. Oh,
Okay.
lesbian muff divers. We were talking about them earlier.
Right?
Yep, we were. The band. You missed it, Thomas. It was a funny story, but it involved lesbian muff divers and Elvie Musica with her federally legal DEA approved cannabis at the Canadian border. That's the kind of shit we talk about here on Hash Church.
Sounds appropriate.
Welcome to all those joining late today.
Oh,
And
my
we also
God.
talked about Marcus showing his bung to his bung, pardon me.
I
Not
actually
bum.
caught that. I caught
Okay.
that story. The guard got mad. It's about the only way you can get away with doing that. That was funny. That's awesome.
Sorry, I'm just trying to reply to people who have just now heard about some of my family members have just now heard about the mudslide that killed 2 people here in Lions Bay. And they're asking me if I'm okay. They're like, isn't that where you live? And I'm like, yes, that is absolutely where I live. And sometimes life is dangerous. What are you gonna do?
Well, you know, walking out the door can be dangerous.
And in this instance, not walking out the door can be dangerous because they were killed in their home in a landslide. So both sides.
That's
You know,
crazy.
different parts of the world where there's wars and there's bombs being dropped on people. So I mean, we don't even know what's going to happen in life, right? So it's really it's being grateful for what we have and where we are, and living in the grace of what's being created for us at this moment. And that's what we get to do here every day, is really look towards what our future is, what we can see, and appreciate how far we've come as a group and as a community. It's pretty awesome how we meet here and be doing this for, it feels like decades, Mark, really does. You know,
Well, it's been 1 decade, so that it is a decade that and once we get into the second decade,
we're in the second decade. It's happening, you know. It's gonna be you know, it's really with what you know we create as a community, and the community keeps growing forward, and with new people and with new voices, new governments, new changes, world legalization.
I'm here for it.
100%. You're going down to the US and be able to promote your brand. And awesome. I mean, and then the world's opening up, and what we're able to do is something we're creating as a community. So go out there and do it. You know, just plant your seed, because only you can plant your own seed. And that's what we'll all be doing, is everybody's planting seeds and going back and finding these new technologies that are old technology that are being revisited and then revamped. And that's what we can do. And it's the future is pretty fucking awesome. I don't know. I'm playing with GTPs right now, and just the research that I'm finding, and I'm able to actually really get into it's next level for us. So really embrace it and have fun with it. I look forward to see what everybody's going to start doing in 2025. Especially
Well, I hope what people start to do more in 2025, not to take away from ChatGPT and AI and social media. I hope people connect more with real people and just have a conversation with someone. I was so happy when Ryan went over and was hanging out with Johnny B. I was trying so desperately to link up with both of them, but I was late and I was in the ass end of Chilliwack and I ended up missing both of them. But just connecting with one another. I mean, listen, this is an amazing thing, this sort of virtual church that we get to do, but I definitely would urge people, as much as you can, go feel and touch and hear and, you know, be next to a person in a real way that you can actually sort of, you know, tap into that emotional body of people are going through all sorts of things right now, and people definitely can use support really now more than maybe ever. And so offer your support to people. I know Johnny B does it endlessly. He's one of the people that inspired me to do it endlessly. He's very good at helping people. He was with a guy the other day that I am not able, I couldn't even be on the phone with John while this guy was talking in the background. That's how obnoxious I found him to be. And then John phones me back. He's like, oh, sorry about that. You know, he's a good guy. And I want to just give him love. And I'm like, dude, once again, Johnny B teaching me lessons on my own inability to sometimes be empathetic. And I appreciate you for that, John. You've always been the one to show me the way of empathy.
Well, I appreciate everybody here, and that's what we get to do, is just live our journey, because everybody's on their own journey, right? And it's everybody has their own team, right? We're not bosses, we're not managers, we're leaders leading leaders. I say it every day, right? Lead your life and then support the ones that are leading their journey, and you can be a part of that journey. Choose your team, right?
You do, you know, I will say that you get to be, you know, you can help people in their life, or you can choose to not be a help. And for me, that came in the form of a friend of mine who had started taking macro photography, and I really wanted to learn about it, but it was unattainable for me. I couldn't catch it. So this guy, his name was Jason King. He wrote a book called The Canna Bible. And I hit him up, and he had been a friend. He'd stayed at my house, and I helped shout him out as many times. And I was kind of like, I was like, I felt like we were both good to each other. And I just called him up completely honestly and really innocently. And I said, bro, I saw you take, now his macro photography wasn't so good. He was taking macro photography of dried cannabis. So the trichomes, they didn't have that beautiful look that you see today, the fresh trichome, living trichome. But they were still some of the first, I mean, other than Joop Dumas, who was my first true inspiration, but he had rented like this fucking microscope scanning thing from the
Yeah.
university in Holland. It was like insane. The machine was $1 million or $2 million or something. But he had taken these amazing trichome shots, and I had purchased one of those shots for one of my original ads. I bought the shot. The whole picture was mine. It was 800 guilders, I believe I paid him. And
That was a good deal.
so that was kind of my first inspiration. It was, I felt like it was, it was the one that I had the guys crawling up the trichome with the bubble bags on their back, and they were ice picking the head and filling the bags and sending them down the trichome. That was the first bubble bag ad back in like 2000 or 99 in cannabis culture. And so, Yoop was my first inspiration, but it was clearly unattainable. Next was Jason. The shots weren't quite on the same level, but it gave me hope. So I hit Jason up and I say, hey, can you show me how to take macro photography? I'd be forever grateful. And he said to me, yeah, as soon as you show me how to manufacture bubble bags in Nepal and sell them worldwide through the web. And he said it kind of just like that. And I was like, huh? What? I thought he was joking. I didn't understand. But then he like said it more aggressively and more mean and more nasty. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, sorry, dude. Fuck. I wasn't even thinking that would be somehow taking, I guess, food off of your plate. I apologize. So then another gentleman who went by the name Perhaps Your Giddy Aunt, as well as another guy by the name of Monkey. Monkey was the guy on IC Mag that would order all the eggs of the praying mantises, and then he'd take these amazing macro photographs of these different insects. And he got into taking macro cannabis shots. And it was Perhaps who helped tell me what lens to buy. And it was Monkey who literally was like, oh, dude, let me tell you all of the settings from your f-stop to your ISO. I'll tell you every setting you want to put that camera on. That'll be a nice middle ground for you. And then you can kind of go back and forth in each setting and find your sweet spot. And I was just like, whoa. So to this day, when I tell that story, out of those three people, Perhaps Your Giddy Aunt, Monkey, and Jason King, how do you think they feel when I tell this story? They made their choices on how, because I became a fairly prolific macro photographer. I sold images to National Geographic. I was published in most cannabis magazines that existed. And for a short period of time, I existed in a world of my own when it came to macro photography. And because of those two guys, in fact, no, because of those three guys, probably Jason more than the two that helped me, I always helped anyone that reached out to me in regards to macro photography. I told them the settings, I told them the lens to buy, I told them about billows, I told them about reversals, I told them everything that I knew and that I learned because, and what happened? Well, now I'm at the bottom of the macro photography quality photographers, and these younger guys have completely and totally surpassed me on every single level, and I am fucking here for it. Let me tell you, I'm so happy for them. I'm so happy that the images that exist today that I personally could have never gotten were gotten by people because simply sharing some information and letting the next group take their spot. Don't be afraid to let the next group take their step just because it's above yours. You're part of a staircase. Be proud of that. My 2 cents.
That's how we've gotten everything around us was created out of someone else's thought.
That's it.
Yeah, well, Sam, you've been saying this for years. We stand on the shoulders of giants, right?
That's it. Don't be afraid to be a giant and let someone stand on your shoulders. If you're a giant, you should be so stoked. Please, giant, speak.
Marcus, I just sent you to your email the copy of Peter Barber's. I tried to post it, share it with you guys, but I'm an idiot. But I sent it to your email, Bubble Man.
You're not an idiot. You're a giant doing giant things, and you just showed the room that you're doing giant things. So thank you. Thank you for being a giant, and thank you
But
for having
if you
such
want-
shoulders, because there's a lot of us on the shoulders.
And if you want to share it with everybody else, please do.
I will,
'Cause that's what I-
absolutely. Anyone that emails me at bcbubbleman@icloud.com, I will send you the document that Sam is
It's
speaking of.
Peter Barber. It's a PXT file, or I forget what it's.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Sorry, I was just replying to someone in chat. So I try desperately to do my replies and all my extracurricular activities during moderation of Hash Church to do it when someone is talking, because I know when someone stops talking, it's often up to me to make sure there's no awkward silences in the room.
Yeah, it's a PTTX file or PPTX file.
Wow, Robert from Carol LEDs said, I have never missed a Hash Church ever. And I totally believe him. That's amazing, dude. Miss hanging out with you, dude. I miss hanging out with you. I'm gonna be heading to your farm and hanging out with you and your cows one of these days in the very near future. There's no doubt about that.
Robert named one of his cows after me. He called him
Oh,
Sammy.
I know he did. I know he did. He's so happy that I linked him up with you guys, dude. Like, you don't even know. Robert is such a good guy, such a real. When I first met Robert, he looked like he was like David Lee Roth. He was like David Lee Roth, and then he even had the clothes on. And then it took me a while of meeting him that I learned that the clothes he was wearing were actually David Lee Roth's clothes, that they were actual like Van Halen outfits that he had acquired. And I was just like, dude, I'm fucking with this guy on every level.
When we rented the
guy's
villa
awesome.
in Spain a few years ago, he came and spent Christmas with us.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God, that's amazing, dude. That's so awesome. I remember I wanted to come for that. Trust me, I was really bummed that I couldn't make it out there. I was just talking to Rick not too long ago, who's also not feeling good and just got out of a very rough night of tossing and turning and being sick, Delisi, and he was mentioning that as well, just wanting to spend more time, getting back to Amsterdam, seeing you guys more often, and so who knows? One of these days soon, maybe Rick and I'll just roll up and knock on your door and be like, "What's up?"
Well, I have an empty bedroom for you, Marcus, if you show up. Just like I stayed with you when I tried to fly into Vancouver. They kicked me out, and I went to the Seattle airport, rented a car, and was back at your place 24 hours later.
Fucking A, you did. That was amazing. I remember being more excited than ever that you said you were going to come and hang out. I was like, this is amazing. And then I was like more bummed than ever when you were like, yeah, they won't let me into your country from something from 1968. And then more stoked than ever again to see you roll up in your rental car and just be like, yeah, I just went and rented a car. I just, I'm like, holy shit.
I
It's like a
rented
roller
it from
coaster.
I rented it from a car rental place at the Seattle airport, but it had Canadian plates on it. So when I drove up to the Canadian border, they just waved me through.
Unbelievable. Who was saying that? Someone said it in the room earlier. It's who you get. Nothing else matters. I think it was Ryan. It's who you get.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, ain't that the truth?
So this week is Christmas. So what's everybody smoking on this Christmas? You got anything special saved for the stash for Christmas? Anything special happen in the Bubble Man household? I think it with the kids, y'all still do the Christmas the whole thing, yes?
Yeah, it'll be one of the rare times in the year that I'll have all three of my children in the room. The two older ones, they don't hang out or come around for most other things, but they'll definitely be there for Christmas morning, and my 10-year-old son will be on floating on a cloud nine type of thing when it's Christmas. He loves it. He's excited. He is so unique in the sense that he is the least greedy kid you could possibly imagine. Like, his Christmas list is like almost like laughable. His buddy, I saw his buddy's Christmas list because his dad showed it to me, and it was like front row tickets to the Lakers, It was like a GoPro and a drone. It was like an iPhone 14. It was it was so ridiculous. It was like $30,000. And then I looked at my son's, and it was like he wanted like a stuffy, like a little bear stuffy, and he wanted like a little science project thing that you can, you get like 10 different science experiments that you can do. Like less than $100 is what his Christmas list was, and it's been like that every year. Still to this day, at 10 years old, it's still like that. His buddy, who 2 years ago had a $30,000 Christmas list, I'm sure it was a $50,000 Christmas list this year, which is just unbelievable. Now, don't get me wrong, that guy's dad, I know him well. He's certainly not buying his son $30,000 worth of Christmas stuff, but the kid wants that. And I think that is the greatest thing you could avoid with your child, if you can somehow miraculously do it, is to just not have them get sucked into the shallowness of neediness or wantiness, I guess. It's not
Yeah, at that
neediness, it's
age.
wantiness. Yeah,
At
dude,
that
it's a
age to
bummer,
have
bro.
such a huge consumer demand, it's like, man, the kid's gonna
Dude, to
run it.
want Lakers tickets when you live in British Columbia, first of all, is like a big ask, but to put front row on the front of that?
Yeah,
My
but Marcus, you're missing something. It also shows how the parents raise their child. Your child is respectful and understands what is important, what isn't important, and that is priceless. And that's something that you and your wife instilled in them, and that's
Well, my
something
wife
that
probably
is,
the most.
well,
my my gra-
it's still
my grand
priceless.
my granddaughter's birthday is on Christmas, so she gets a double whammy.
Easy. Imagine your birthday on Christmas.
Well,
That is a wild.
I had a friend of mine who was on the
Jesus had to
22nd.
deal with it too, Mark.
He hated it because it was having Christmas and birthday together so close. Everybody celebrates the one and the other, so he was not happy them being so close together. But
So
that's
just
We
life.
marry
we
into a culture that doesn't celebrate Christmas. There you go. Fixed it for you.
we celebrate both, and we give her at least a couple thousand presents. I'm joking.
I know you are. That's so funny. Well, I mean, listen, you got to think. I know it goes back much further, but it seems like Coca-Cola had a big hand in inventing what we know today as Christmas. Wade has his hand up, so we're gonna go straight to Wade.
Thank you, Marcus.
Welcome.
I've been sitting here trying to sort out in my head how. Well, let me back up a minute. This week, I've had a bug going in my head, in addition to a cold, but a bug going in my head about what is the nature of giving? What's involved when a person chooses to gift someone something, be it an act or an object or whatever? And yes, there's certainly a huge consumer culture around this time of year. It is, for me, it's about the return of light. Each day gets longer from here on into summer. And I think that's important for farmers and anybody who's paying attention to nature. But I want to come back to giving, and specifically early on in our conversation today, we were talking about what I think of as brand loyalty. And Marcus, you shared about some folks who are producing an imitation of your bags and offering it at a substantial discount, literally using your paperwork and information. So persons who have issues with it end up contacting you. And and to my thinking, I'm realizing I want to make sense here. This feels important to me, at least. In business, I'll start there, in business, because it's more cut and dried. In business, when someone takes their resources, their money, and buys your product, that is in a certain way a gift to you in respect to your product. Now, do most of those folks actually do that as a conscious thing. I don't know, but there's an exchange there. And to me, what I'm trying to get to is, in business, those relationships are pretty straightforward. Although, of course, if you're in business, they're not straightforward at all. It's very complicated and hard to keep a business going, particularly where what you're selling is, in effect, an idea and a set of tools around that idea and specifically with bubble bags, it's, hey, these trichomes are really beautiful. Let's figure out a way to harvest them and make them available to as many people as possible. And I like that. So yeah, the business part of this is, to me, pretty straightforward, although it's complicated. But when it comes to personal relationships, be it a marriage or a friendship or a sibling relationship, a parent-child relationship, usually gifting comes with an expectation of reciprocity, if you will. Some sense that because I've done this, they're going to do that. And there's a certain transactional thing going on there. And I don't know that it's wrong. It's an observable thing. And something John Berflow said earlier in the conversation is, the one thing you can really have control over is your emotional state about how you perceive the world. And I thought that was a very profound statement that you made, John, because that is my experience as well. No matter what your situation is, one of the things you do have, to some extent, you do have some control over is how you deal with the world and the things that it presents you. And so at this time of year, in this season where giving is so heavily emphasized, I really wanted to hear from some of the most giving people I know, the people I'm looking at on this screen. Like, what is gifting to you? How do you sit with the relationships in your life around not just objects, but your time, your involvement? I mean, and Marcus, I know you've spoken about missing classes and not being happy about it, but wanting to do church each Sunday morning, which I'm really grateful for. And there's an exchange. You make the offer, which is a gift, and those of us that you extend that gift to choose to accept it or not. And I like to think that in this group, there's really little expectation of reciprocity or finding some gold mine or whatever as a result of being here. To me, this is very much about the free exchange of information from people who care passionately about this plant and the potential benefits to humans and animals, and, you know, if you get into regenerative practices, the planet. Okay, I think I'm done now. I hope that made sense. And yeah, I really would love to hear anybody who has any thoughts about what I just said and what giving and receiving means to you.
I for one, I patented giving.
Thank you,
Can I-
Sam.
God, that's such a perfect statement.
Who patented taking, right? That's
Yeah, exactly. Fuck.
I have a
No,
trademark.
Wade,
on
that was
taking.
beautiful. That was beautiful,
Yeah.
Wade. Really,
Taking
even
is-
before you started it, I said this is going to be magic. I know it's going to be magic. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, to me, you know, it's all about just I guess what it is for me when I give, whether it's my time, whether it's an object, whatever it is, it's usually, and I think I've been like this since I was little. It's empathy. I'm excited for the person that's going to receive, whether it's my time, whether it's I'm legitimately like, this is going to be good. We're going to make this good. This is going to be a great thing. And I'm always really excited for the receiver. I always have been excited for receivers. in my whole life from being a little kid, and I'm contest and someone else wins, I'm happy. I'm so happy that they won. It's like, yeah, that's amazing. You won that. That's crazy. And with time, with the person of time versus an object, I do think it's even more important as I get older. I've learned to really understand, and I don't know if it's me giving as much as it's me taking, but the more I give to my elders, the more I give of my time, the more I get of their experience and of stories and of these priceless, valuable moments in time that, we have some elders here in Lions Bay. We have this gentleman named Wolf who's in his 80s now, and he's just the most amazing dude. He's all about conspiracies, and he was a miner back in the day, so he's a real man's man, real testosterone guy. And I just love to listen to this guy's stories and look through his pictures with him. And then we have this other woman named Heather, and she's also in her 80s, and she's very like, it's just light, Marcus. Everything is just the light. She's this cool Scottish woman that lives down the street from me, and she's just really like, she sees things that people don't see, and most people just don't give them the time of day. And I've been giving my time to the both of them for as long as I can remember, because I really do get so much out of that time. And I'm not giving that time just for that, but it seems that when I make the decision to give that time, it just clicks and it turns into this synergistic exchange of energies where they're also getting this younger perspective, this exposed to things that they maybe wouldn't be exposed to. I hold nothing back when I speak to these two particular people. They get to know all of my stories, where some of the people in the neighborhood, because of my kids, get more of a filtered, censored version of said story. So that's what it means to me. It makes me feel good to give. It makes me feel good to receive, but it makes me feel best to give. When I'm giving, I always feel the best. And I'm pretty sure it's why I feel so good after every episode of Hash Church, because I feel like, I'm not the only one that gave, but I certainly felt good with my share of the giving today on Hash Church and every day. So thanks for that question. I'll pass it on to the next one.
When I was younger, everybody would buy Christmas cards and send them to their friends and colleagues and etc. And what I always tried to do is I would make my own Christmas card from scratch and try to send that to the people I cared about and loved, because I felt that was real. Whereas, anybody can take $1 and buy a Christmas card, or $5, whatever they cost nowadays. But
they're $29, Sam. $29.
Okay, good.
I'm
Yeah.
sure.
But to sit down and make your own Christmas card, even if you're not the greatest artist in the world, that shows that you really care.
Push up time.
Yeah, because shared your time. You shared your time, and that is definitely part of caring. Anyone else in the room want to answer?
I'd like to say something in response to Wade. As you're talking about that, I was sort of flooded with thoughts, so I'll try to put them into some more sort of cohesive form for you. But the first one is, you're talking about, I was picturing the giving, because, cannabis giving now, at least in the United States, and the cannabis reform movement has become a thing. It's a gate out of the industrial complex that we had to build to get past the Republican-controlled legislatures to legalize weed, in short. We've had to actually pass laws. I mean, we had to fight against governors, the governor of California, to get charitable giving to be a thing. So you could actually just give away cannabis without paying taxes on it. That was like actually a project in and of itself. But what I was thinking of as you were talking was, I pictured the little globe. I don't know if you've ever seen one, but one of the coolest objects I think I've ever seen in my life was this little glass globe that you can purchase. And inside the sealed ball of glass is everything that is needed for life except for light. It's got little brine shrimp, and it's got water, and it's got some little plants and stuff in there, and just everything that you would need. You put it in the light, and the light activates the system essentially, and you have little brine shrimp eating the little grass, which is producing the oxygen for the little brine shrimp, etc. And inside of that glass ball, there's no gifting. there's no receiving of gifts. There's just your role that you play in a sustainable, sort of system of life, of love, of light. And to me, when we give cannabis to each other in the movement, that's what we're trying to do. That's the balance we're trying to create.
Mike, well put.
I I view it as work every day, as those moments that we get to celebrate is when we appreciate what we've done, right? In the sense that, my gift of giving is my time in contributing to change. I do the same thing like Sam, when it comes to, people very close to me. I tend to just do art, and it's usually my wife. So I tend to make a handmade card or something that is unique, as opposed to that is just, specialized. The holidays have been weird for me. I burned my house down a week before Christmas when I was a kid, and that was the only Christmas I ever got what I wanted, because I was the youngest of 13. Most of them were step and brothers. And so, it's usually you got socks, you got underwear, right? The unexciting but yet important things that you got. But the thing that always stuck with me is just sharing your time with people you care about. We were poor, right? So if anything, it's to be there for each other. Everybody made a dish, since everybody couldn't afford to make the whole splash. So everybody contributed something, and everybody showed up together and contributed to that something. So we had something to celebrate in the end. And with my new family that I married into, we actually get together and pose each year for an actual Christmas card that's sent out every year to, the family, that I have. And I sent it to my sister and uh, my nieces and nephews. But it's you know it's what you create. I'm irreligious. I don't believe in any type of god, yet I will adopt any and every religious celebration you've got going. Oh, this year it's Christmas and Hanukkah together. Let's party. You know what I'm saying? It's let's co-opt it, let's enjoy it, let's share the time together. And then when it's done, let's get back to work, so that when that next celebration, happens, we can celebrate the work of change that we've aspired to do. Mike, Wade, and I are currently involved in a fight against the DEA. And that's the work that we're doing every day, so that hopefully the rescheduling happens and the change that happens becomes a gift for everybody, so that we no longer have to live with the oppression that we're living under. And the work that we're doing at the international level is trying to then free the rest of the world, so that there can not only be an availability of cannabis, but we can freely share it. And Marcus, you can cross the borders without worrying about it. And so to us, the work that we put in now is the celebration we'll enjoy later. But right now, we'll take a brief celebration, but then we got to get back to work, because currently the courts, we've got until January 10th or else.
Just to be clear, did you personally burn the house down?
Yes, it was my I told the story. It was my first confession candle, and I lied about it and burned the house down with my first confession candle, oddly enough, from the Catholic Church. Yes, I went into a closet, and I played in the dark with the candle, and I moved it, and it went over by my sister's by my rubber raincoat, and it shrunk. And it was the first time I'd ever seen a tracer, or, sort of a shrink. And I kept doing it. And my sister's green velveteen, very polyester dress was on the other side,
Holy shit.
and it caught fire. And um of course, as I'm a 7-year-old child, right? So my idea is, okay, I'll run to the kitchen. I run to the kitchen, I grab a glass of water, and I throw it on it, and all it does is spread. So I'm like, oh, I'll get a pot of water. That'll be even better. And I get that, and I try throwing it on the fire, and then it spread worse. And that's when I realized, my brother's blind, so I had to get him out of the house, threw him out of the window, and I went and told mom, the house is on fire, and got my sister, and they all ran out of the house. Nobody asked how the fire started, but mom's like, "Where's the fire?" I was like, "It's in the closet." She's like, "Okay, well, go move the clothes," right? And so I go into the room, and of course, it's 1970s clothing, so it's just dripping, melting plastic, right?
Well,
And
at least you got a zilch out of it.
right, but I did get my I got the Lone Ranger doll. That was the big thing that I got that Christmas. So, house for Lone Ranger doll, terrible exchange.
House with like 15 people in it?
No, it was only like four of us. It was only my
Okay,
sister,
okay,
my
okay.
brother, my sister, and my mom. And unfortunately, when we all ran out of the house, my mom left the doors open, I left the window open, and of course, all the Christmas presents were in the attic. And yeah, the house immediately went up. And I remember standing there across the street, and as I can hear the sirens off in the distance, I'm complete and utter shock. Next thing I know, there's the Red Cross person putting a blanket around me. And then I look to my right, and there's my father who's blind. My grandmother, I guess, had dropped him off from where he was 2 blocks away. And he comes over to me and puts his hands on my shoulders. And the first question I was asked was, ATN, did you have anything to do with the house burning down? And I was like, no, sir. And so yeah, the first confession after my confession was a lie. So there you go. And then here's the irony is,
you were built for the Catholic Church, bro.
oh, not only was I built for it. So then the only person I told was my sister, right? And so she then proceeded to blackmail me for the next 5 years that if you don't do the dishes, I'm gonna tell mom and dad you burn the house down, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm like, oh, you fucking asshole.
God.
So one day I'm like 12 and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna actually tell. And at the table, I'm like, Mom, Dad, I burned the house down. And my sister shoots me, the look of death. And of course, then my mom starts breaking down crying, and my stepdad's patting my mom on the back. It's okay, it's okay. I think we can tell them now. And my sister and I look at them like, what the fuck do you mean you can tell us now? And yeah, they're like, oh, the fire department, when they did the fire survey, said the fire started at the Christmas tree. So we didn't say anything about the closet. So the insurance company ended up paying out for the house. We were able to rebuild the house and move out of the ghetto in New Orleans. And that's where I learned that a family that lies together stays together. So there you go.
Liar, liar, pants on fire, as Bingo Lombardi just said. That's an unbelievable twist to your story, Etienne. Holy shit.
That was the kind of the twist on history is I was always getting expected to be getting in trouble, but instead, I got thanks because we were too poor, and by having the house rebuilt into a new house, we were able to sell it for good money and move out into deep into Cajun country. So there you go. Merry Christmas.
You're awesome.
See, there you go. That's a different kind of giving.
Well,
So now I just fired joints, which is funny. Before my mom died years ago, I sent her a picture of me holding a candle going like this. Yeah, you gotta have some humor with it, right?
You definitely do. Thank God for
Or-
humor.
the
Sure helped me
door.
out my entire life.
I'm getting up and down. Yeah.
So any other epic Christmas stories, folks?
Not like that, I hope. Oh my goodness. I burnt the whole house down, kept my mouth shut, so did my family. We got the whole house insured. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, not that it's an epic Christmas tale or anything, but I'm gonna comment on what Wade said. You touched on the whole rebirth and the days getting longer thing. I mean, we're post solstice now, which has been, traditionally the shortest day of the year, or not traditionally, has been the shortest day of the year. And that takes a toll, I think, on people's emotions. And it's also a time of rebirth, right? Rebirth of the sun, rebirth of the days getting longer and the seasons that to come. And I think it's just a nice time to share with, obviously be with your family, but to share things with people that you care about and helping them set themselves up for the next year, right? So I think it's probably a tragedy if things, gifts come to feel as transactional. I think sales is more about, or it has traditionally been about, I value your time and the things that you bring to the world, right? And I want to support you in your work. Um, which is also a kindness. I see it as a kindness. But giving a gift to people, or the people that you care about, I try to choose gifts that are thoughtful for them and that are going to change their life for some way in the better to help them, move forward. And I don't always save it for Christmas. I've been in the position more recently that I've been able to give more to people and help more people. And it's like you were saying, Marcus, there's almost a selfishness to it, right? Because of the joy that you get back from giving, right? And helping other people set themselves up for their future or their year to come. So, yeah.
I was pretty cynical. I always considered the whole Christmas thing sort of like everybody was just running lackey dogs of the imperialist toy mongers.
Yeah, well,
Accurate.
it can be that, right? And it does lead to this insane consumerism, but like Mark's son has realized that it's not necessarily what it's all about. It's the biggest, baddest, best gift. It's just they're little symbols of, hey, I see you and I care about you. And maybe like long ago it was a cold time of year, it was a dark time of year. People's moods are probably generally not good, and it's a way to help people feel better, right? So giving a little something of yourself, especially like you said, David, if you make it. And a lot of people make gifts starting way in the middle of the year, right? Like they prepare these things well in advance. So
It's more than just feeling good, too. I mean, it's like if you have someone who is deeply depressed, deeply down the rabbit hole of darkness and sadness and anguish and pain and misery, probably the simplest, easiest way to get them out of that mindset is get them into servicing others. If you can service others with whatever energy you have left and offer yourself up to service others, the joy you get from that is it people just can't understand it. They can't believe it.
Yeah.
It's just on
And
it's on a completely
people
different
need
level.
it, Marcus, because you got to remember that depression and suicide often runs highest at Christmas time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I also know that the SSRIs that people get prescribed for suicidal ideation, the number one side effect for those drugs is suicidal ideation. So when you think how absolutely batshit crazy that is to give people a drug that this number one side effect is suicidal ideation, but you're giving it to them for suicidal ideation, that is definitely like partially part of the problem. So I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a doctor, I don't prescribe medicine, but I know that when I'm kind of feeling down on myself, I don't get feeling better by like winning, but I get feeling better by offering my time to people who need it. It's just like put yourself in a situation. If you're feeling bad, and you're not, oh, whatever your situation is, well, then go to the children's cancer ward and tell me that you still feel bad about what you're going through. Or
yeah.
go to, there's a variety of places and people that you can go visit who are, I promise you, having a harder time than you are right now. And so when you feel that, you feel empathy. And then when you start feeling empathy instead of sadness and anguish and pain, you start feeling like, what could I do for them? What could I do? I can't even do anything for myself. But you'll have a voice in your head going, yeah, but I bet I could do something for them, because that pain and that depression and that anguish, it won't keep you from trying to do something nice for someone else. It'll just keep you from doing something nice for yourself. And in truth, when you do something nice for someone else, that is doing something nice for your own self as well. There's no better feeling than being in service to others. I'm convinced that 51 years of age, that's the number one lesson I've learned. And thank God I have the next part of my life to put that into reality.
Well, think about what perhaps your giddy aunt, the joy that he got out of watching you do micro photography for years. I mean, he was a really kind, loving guy. I mean, we sent him seeds years and years ago, and he did the same thing. He made those pictures out of the per variety, right? And he sent some to Kip, and he sent a bunch to myself, and yeah, it was
I
pretty
got to
nice.
meet him. When
Did
I
you?
arrived in London in 2004 at the first and only cannabis event that ever happened at Wembley Stadium, I had a booth there and he showed up and he gave me his original clear dome photo of the clear dome framed. And then he also had hash for me. Now, this is London. So this is in like 2004. It's priceless. And he gave me like a half a gram to 3/4 of a gram each day that I was there. He would show up in the morning and be like, today I've got such and such a cultivar for you. Here you go. Full mouth, 6-star bubble. And he did that
Yeah.
every day that I was there. And I was just like, Big Buddha also did some very generous things for me at that event. But yeah, he was absolutely thrilled. I have pictures of him with like Sub Pool and Big Buddha and Trichome Farmer all in my booth, like hanging out with the bags 2004. Like those were good days, man. You're not wrong. He was absolutely thrilled to do that. And I don't know if that's part of it, but I've never forgotten it. It's that authenticity that I was talking about. At 51 years old, you realize you cannot remember most of your life. You can remember very specific, amazing things. And I feel that a lot of the things that are remembered are authentic. Those are the things that get remembered when you have authentic experiences and you meet authentic people and you just have these authentic experiences together. It's hard to forget them.
Well, what you were talking about earlier about the SSRIs is the reality that a lot of our veterans, especially our GWAT veterans, have experienced, is that the VA will give them copious amounts of pills. And if you try to discuss cannabis, then you become cannabis use disorder has become the US is at least kind of a catch-all phrase that the science is using, or at least the doctors, because there's no classification between otherwise for doctors to have currently, given the methodology, which is what a DSM-5, which is the psychological classifications for somebody who is under drugs in there per se. And so this is a real frustration that we have fought, and why we have had such success in communicating to not only other veterans but first responders, right? Police and you know firemen also experience great deals of post-traumatic stress. It's not exclusive to war. People experience it, sexual, traumas, etc., both male and female alone. So it's just unfortunate that the first thing that's prescribed is a medication that, does produce suicidal ideation. So this is where communication, talking, reaching out, we as veterans, we're taught to we're assigned a battle buddy whenever, which is somebody basically your assigned friend in the military, right? Well, once you get out, we check in with each other to make sure, because those deep thoughts can drive people down fast and hard. So this time of year, check in with those people you love. Check in with people who you haven't checked in with a while and see how they are. And it can literally save a life. I've inadvertently got a call one time at 12 o'clock at midnight, and I was going to ignore it because I was going to bed, but something told me to listen to it, and I did, and I picked it up, and it was somebody who was ready to drive right off a cliff. And if I hadn't have actually picked up that phone call and spoken to him at that particular time, he would have left his son. He would have never gotten his property in Alaska, and a whole bunch of other things that have transpired in his life that have impacted and made his life better would have never happened. So don't just be there for someone, because it can literally be a lifesaver. And sometime when you're down, reach out to somebody for that when you're down. Don't go that final route. I'd rather talk to you about your problems than read your obituary or read your eulogy out to others, right? So suicide hotline, share it with others. This is the time of year where it's really hot and hard for people, and nothing but love and respect and sharing, you know. It means it
Yeah,
could
and you
literally
know,
save a life.
it could be months before someone gets there that you can offer kindness and help them, prevent them to even getting there in the first place. So although when they're right at the end and they're at the edge of the cliff, that is an amazing time to step in. But being kind at any time, it doesn't cost anything. It's totally free and it feels good. So try it.
Hey,
Yeah,
you know,
but I actually patented feeling good.
I pay you each time I feel good, Sam.
just a little bit, just a little bit. So yeah, I love the focus on the benefit of helping others and how that gives back to you. I think that's a beautiful visual. I think it also goes back to what I was trying to say with my, a little bit less poetic version earlier. I was talking with one of our mentors, a great friend of ours in the cannabis activist community, Dr. Agarwal, Sunil Agarwal in Washington State. And I was just talking to him as a friend, for a while about activism and stuff. And he just stopped for a minute, paused, and he said, from what you're telling me, it sounds like you actually might be getting a medicinal effect from helping others. And I think that's what ATN's talking about. And I think that's what we've actually found in our Veterans Action Council. It's not just that you feel good. I mean, it's like a true a positive in your life. And it really it does go back to what I was trying to talk about, that larger system, that somehow if we could find our role in it, that we each have a place in it and have a place of belonging and love that is very strong. It's what people seem to be searching for, indeed.
Well, it's definitely the reason why I'm here. It's the reason why I do this every day, right? It's 42 years. I don't think I'm not going away, right? I mean, it meets my 6 human needs. I love the passion. I love the giving. I look forward to it. Morpheus is here meowing, and it's I've been doing my whole life in a sense, right? Always helping the person to get that next breakthrough, what I've gone through, or the people have helped me and want to give back by serving by helping them. Because I've gone through some pretty major life-changing moments and people have helped me get through that moment. So I, in return, give back to the same every day. It's I get to live this life because I choose to. So my purpose driven. And like Tony says, the people around me, I'm here because this is my purpose. 100-year mission, right? Cannabis, cucumbers, peppers, and tomatoes growing on the 100th floor in 100 years. It's all about biology, being self-sufficient, being able to grow our own, have our own medicine, have our own food, have our own right to do what we're allowed to do, to choose what we put in our own bodies. And as I look at everything around me, it's like 42 quotes I wrote, because they're 42 of my favorite people that help inspire me to get to where I am today. And that's what we do. We're growing by giving back. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't the mentors behind me, like Dr. Hornby, like Horatio, like Greg Williams, like Michelle Rain. These are all of our friends, right? All of these great Jason and Randy. I mean, I look at the giants that got us to where we are today. And how do we move forward? By giving to the next generation, like you said, right? That's what we're all doing here. Why? Because we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the generations that helped us to get to where we are. And once you start realizing healing passes it forward and giving gives back, that's the true essence of healing. That's the medicine, the medical effects you get. There you go. You got Horatio. I know he's always here, right here. Anybody knows, right? So I got to make sure I get you one of these HM. We got to make sure, like, I want to get some of your email and your.
I have one. You gave me one. I have it. It's in the other room.
Good, good. Yeah, I always want to make sure. You know what I mean?
I never got one.
Yes, you did. What do you mean you have one?
I didn't. I've heard you say you gave me one like 5 times, and I never wanted to correct you. But I thought, you know what? Today I'll correct him. I have never been given one of those. I would love to get one.
And generally take one fresh off the freeze dryer from where it came from, and you're gonna grab one. You know what? And
Yeah,
that's what we get to do.
love to.
I'm blown away. I feel I thought for sure Gave you one right
No,
there.
you said it a couple weeks ago when you pulled one out, and I was like, oh, I don't have the heart to tell him. And then I thought, no, of course I can tell Johnny
You
B.
can
It's,
ask about
it's
me.
all
I'm
good.
like,
Like,
here.
I got Horatio locked in my mind forever. I got to do the Inner Sanctum video, the Inner Sanctuary video on YouTube. And so I'll never forget him. I'm happy. The way I can remember all these amazing people is just maintaining these videos on YouTube forever. You know, for people will be able to meet Horatio 10 years from now on that video. And it's amazing because he almost didn't do that video. And he was even kind of, when I went there, he was like, dude, I'm kind of freaked out. No one's ever been in my lab, ever. Nobody. I don't let people in my lab. I don't share this information with people. And I'm like, well, it's up to you if you want to do it or not. And he said, well, I'll just, and he moved a bunch of things and hid some things and did talk about everything. But the things that he spoke about is now a gift to everyone that wants to continue to get that gift from Horatio. You know, the things he chose not to speak about, well, those things are forever with Horatio.
Yeah, and that's where we get to kind of share and give back.
Well, and
And I
that's the
see-
other part of this Christmas season too. I mean, last year was my first Christmas season without my mom, but this one's my second, and I think that the death is a lot is it's part of the rebirth, and it's a lot of the reason I think a lot of people have a hard time around this time of year is because it's also about the people that you miss at Christmas, right? So, yeah, but
Well, grief is the price you pay for love.
that's right.
Yeah, and I look at what we've created and how far we've come. I guess it's all about mindset and seeing how far we've created. And you know what, as a community, we look how far we've grown together. And I think that's what I've seen over the last 42 years, really. And I mean, smoked my first joint. Yeah, it was longer than
Well,
42 years.
what you were saying about Horatio, I mean, the things that you don't share, they do go to the grave with you, I have a saying, the way I say it is like when people die, the songs that they sing, they go with them, or the songs that they play, they go with them, right? Because there's every organism, every individual has these unique things about them, and when we lose those people, they move on. So you got to try to share the moments and the songs that you have while you can, right?
Well, that's
And
here.
you hold that light up as long as you can, and then you pass it on.
Well, the
Right.
Grateful Dead said it perfectly. Sometimes the songs that we hear are just songs of our own.
And all we're doing is walking each other home. So exactly what Wade and others have said, be kind, share that love, because we none of us get out of here alive. What I'm holding in my hand was once his, and he is no longer with him. And I would much rather have him than this. But because of my grief and because of that love, this object holds a permanence for me and a respect that I hold dear and that I can visually see. Like sometimes we see the faces of the dead and those of the living and makes us double take, like, whoa, whoa, that person looks just like, wow. And then that memory comes back. So don't forget to be there with that memory of that person and of those experiences, because that's what makes us human. That's the price. This is what we get. This is our memories and the love, and what we leave behind is what others can pick up and carry forward. So do something so that you can leave something so that others can pick it up.
That's most
I do
important part.
feel that one day we should celebrate Horatio. I don't know if it's the day that he first came on Half Church or the day of his passing, but we could all get those weird kind of yellow hued lights so that we came into Hash Church all kind of yellow. Because Horatio always had that yellow light, man. It was always unique. I never saw anyone else come in with a yellow light like I saw Horatio come in.
Celebrate
That was
anybody's
it.
life. We celebrate the day they were born. We never celebrate the time they were passed, because we celebrate the time when they came into this world. I only celebrate my mom's birthday. I don't celebrate the time when she passed, because I celebrate the birth of her and the greatness that she left, which was me. Woo! Yeah. Right. And this is what we get to do here is we get to share, we get to give back. And like you're saying, it's these little moments in time that, you know, everything was created out of motion. It's all created out of thought. It's all created out of the formless, which is inside of what's in front of us. And these little moments, we can create something from this thought at this time and start creating your next future, what you want to become. And that's what we get to do here. We get to see what we've done, and we get to look forward to what we're becoming. And I come here because I get to see all the breakthroughs with all of you, right? Every day we see a little bit more in the chat, or something. This person got that person got helped here, or this strain did this, or this did that, or we did this kind of, or this strain dumped this much hash, or and this is helping with this person, and hearing that, and how far we'd be able to kind of fight for our right to be able to use cannabis as a medicine, as a food, as for recreational, for whatever purpose it is. It all gets created by what we do here every day, which is giving back, right? Giving back the tools that you were given, because this was given to you. Everything was given to you. It's a creation, and we can appreciate everything that we have and how we can go forward. We're leaders leading leaders. Remember that, right? And all you can control is that emotional mind that you have. And you can do that by looking towards the future and always sharing your love. And that's what we do here. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the
Really.
love. Who's
Yeah.
ready for a dab? We've got about 28 minutes left of Hash Church for this Sunday, December 22nd, before Christmas, just fresh after solstice, and geez, like 9 days or something away from 10 days away from a new year here. So,
And the
looking
first
forward
day
to
after
that.
you went back to the United States.
And the first day after I went back to the United States, that was such a trip. I know for most that was probably like, who cares, dude? But for me, it was gigantic.
Oh, we've been on
Gigantic.
journey for a long time. That was when I woke up this morning and I thought to myself, hey, I never followed up with Marcus about what happened. So I'm glad that you told the story today on church.
That's a huge step, man. I
Yeah.
mean, we've been following this journey for years, and we've been wanting. I mean, I've been on this show for what, 9 years or so. So,
It's,
we finally got to meet in Barcelona, right, where we were doing the whole rosin episode. We were doing the whole rosin.
yeah,
I'd love
it's
to show
awesome.
you around and take you to some spots and to take you out to dinner and just share energy again. I love sharing this time here, and it's
Dude, I
fun.
want to go to the Berkeley Patients Group. I want
Oh,
to
hell
like
yeah.
see all your shit, dude. Like, are you kidding me?
Come on down. You're the next contestant. You got it all.
Oh, I'm stoked to be the next contestant on the Deb is Right.
I'm definitely coming on the California leg of the tour because I got
Yeah, you
stuff
are.
to do there too. So that'll be fun.
You, Mark. That's got a little bit
And
of.
Wade, just so you know, I will be in California at the end of January.
I look
You gonna
forward.
go
I look
visit
forward to
Wade?
hugging you and Diana in person again.
Yeah, we were talking about I was going to pick up David at their prior commitment and possibly come over and see Wade if he's amenable, if he's available. So we'll do that.
A legendary meeting.
Yes.
Harlequin and Skunk #1. That is what's up. Woo.
Both with their oxygen masks on.
However you got to do it, man. However you got to do it. Maybe I'll create a new cartridge that fits into oxygen tanks and releases cannabinoids and aromatic volatiles into the oxygen simultaneously. So you're just getting a nice little like, that's nice.
All I do is I just lift my mask up for a moment.
I bet you do. That's what I would do too. That's what I would do too. Oxygen is life.
So, Marcus,
JH
what
would like to thank. Sorry. JH would like to thank Wade for steering the conversation in such a beautiful direction. Amazing conversation. You always bring such a great perspective. I wanted Wade to hear that. Go ahead, Etienne.
So, what are you and what is everybody else smoking on?
I just smoked almost the last of some lovely bubble that I made with a friend's like backyard crop in Deep Cove, North Vancouver. buddy Merlin, who I made. I had a show with him called Get Cooked with Merlin. He's an incredible chef. He's Quebecois, so he's always got the joint, and he's cooking and dabbing. He's dabbing with the joint in his mouth. Just fucking classic dude. Makes amazing food. He grew a couple plants in his backyard, invited me over, and for whatever reason, because I usually get about 50 of these invites every year. Hey, Bubble Man, you should come over to my house and turn my crop into bull hash. It'll be fun. I don't generally think of that as fun, I hate to say, because it's my job and I do it so much. It's like inviting a carpenter over to fix your deck because it'll be fun. But with Merlin, for whatever reason, I did it, and I gotta say, it was fun. It was awesome. He gave me a huge jar of hash. I'm just down to kind of the last little bits now, but it was like a solid 5-star. You know, it leaves Chaz on the banger, but it's very potent, cushy. I can't remember the name of the cultivars as we never wrote them down. It was really just go over to his house, bring my equipment, run a few batches, and then I said you can keep the equipment to run the rest of it because I wasn't about to run you know, the whole amount. But it was actually fun, and I got to figure out more often that how appreciative people are when I go and do that, and stop thinking of it more like I'm a carpenter going to do, you know, it's like the guy that is the landscaper. You ever go to the guy's house who's a landscaper and his yard's in terrible condition because he
Cobbler
doesn't even want to
shoes.
do landscaping for him?
Yes, it's the cobbler shoes.
Hey,
The
Marcus, I have a
cobbler
question.
shoes.
I remember the first time I went to Jorge Cervantes' place in Barcelona, and he's got this attico with like a little bit of a, I don't know, kind of like a landscape patio, not landscape, but like a patio out on the roof of his place in Barcelona. And he had a haze plant there that was the worst, it's the worst looking haze plant I've ever seen in my life. Flowers were all messed up, and it was properly and improperly trained and stuff. I was like, Jorge, what the fuck are you doing? So I had to sit down and clean off. I couldn't leave the plant like that. I had to clean off its haze plant and restake it and take all the dead leaf off and give it a semblance. But it's
Semblance,
cobbler's
yeah.
shoes is what it is, right? Like
That's the, yeah.
they
Totally.
spend all day doing that. It's the last thing you want to do on the
So,
weekend.
so Marcus, I have a question. Years ago, you coined the phrase "Chaz a banger" because of a friend, Chaz the
No,
banger.
no, that was Brett Maverick.
Brett
He
Maverick.
coined the term. Yeah,
Okay.
it was Brett Maverick, and his roommate was named Chaz. You can't make this shit up. And this guy would well, I listen. If I coined the term, we'd be calling it fucking Johnny B, not fucking Chaz, because Johnny B has Chazed more bangers. And in his defense, he's like, it's not even. I'm not even talking down on him. Johnny B gets more out of cannabis and cannabis resin. He's not a taste it to a waste it to taste it guy. He's a extreme pain 9.8. I was on 450 milligrams or whatever of Oxycut. He needs a big hit, and he needs a hot hit. And because of it, he Chaz's bangers like nobody I know. So yeah, show your Chaz banger, Johnny. Oh, that's not even that, dude. What are you talking about? Show the real one.
Well, that was there's a whole bunch of them over there.
That's the yeah.
500
So there's a reason for your Chaz, though.
I got $5,000 worth of Chaz bangers. Okay, like give me a break. So I mean, there's no difference, and I loved it. And yeah, hot dab goes a long way, and I can tell you
It gives
that.
you a better rip. It takes your pain away. I've watched it since I've known you, dude. And all the Instagram fuckboys that want to laugh and be like, oh, you got to hit it at 420 and this, that. It's like, great. Listen, for you, that's great. Let's respect what works for other people. I'll never forget when Irv was in Hash Church talking about his joints. And he was, yeah, they grind the whole plant. They're like 6% THC. I have to smoke like 12 of them a day. They're a gram each. And Todd was here at the time, and you, Etienne, myself, and Skunkman Sam. We're all doing the same thing. Irv, we're going to hook you up. There's no reason for you to smoke that bullshit anymore. We're going to dial you in, bro. Don't worry about it. And he's like, guys, stop talking for 1 second. I like this weed. It's perfect for me. It works. It's great. I like this weed. And we're like, you know, glitching out, like trying to not understanding. But I really had a unique and different perspective after that conversation. It was the second time it had happened on Hash Church, because the first time it was Debbie. It was Debbie Goldsberry. and she came on Hash Church, and we were all talking about terpenes, and we just got to educate everyone, and they'll figure it out, and everyone will want what we want because we want the best. And she's like, guys, I love you all. I do. I really love you. But nobody gives a fuck about any of this. All they care about is price and THC percentage. I've been selling weed for 25 years. I can promise you this is what they can. And she said that on Hash Church, and it opened my mind to like, it's good to have the perspective that you want to help everyone and that you want everyone to have the best. But there is a level that it becomes narcissistic, and you have to listen to people in what they actually like and enjoy and want. And those two times that happened for me on Hash Church, it was Debbie and Irv that sort of just flipped the conversation right on its head, but made sense to me later.
Yeah, well, when I was going
Also,
with Connie, he had all his bangers and stuff set up the way he wanted to hit it, and I was like, no, can I have I want one of these pipes, right? And some nice tight screens and some bubble and a torch lighter, and that was way better than ripping
what?
my. I don't like dabs, especially not huge dabs. Like one of my
Yeah,
rules with the dabs is everybody should control their own dab stick. Never let somebody sit
100%.
up and hit for you, because it's how
100%.
you get your lungs blown out, and people just don't end
But
up enjoying it.
I will say
Yeah,
there is one group of people that you can allow to give you dabs. And I feel like I really helped pioneer the micro dab because first of all, I knocked so many people out unconscious over the years with just bubble hash, not even trying, just not understanding, just giving them too much and watching them like timber, like literally dozens and dozens. I can't even count how many people I knocked unconscious at the Cannabis Cup, at concerts. And I just didn't like it at all. I just thought it was like, this is a fucking bad vibe. Like, we got to figure this out. It took me literally almost 2 decades, but
well,
I learned
Chimera,
to give people micro dabs.
Chimera, I gave you I want to say it was like 2015. We were at the Emerald Cup, and I gave you a dab, and you got vapor lock, right? Because
That's
of
right. Yeah,
just how it was, and that happens where it
Oh
just your
yeah.
lungs and the vapor lock up, and for some reason oxygen and transfer decides to your brain forgets how to breathe, and it just you kind of just go so yeah, it is always best if you're able to control that, because I felt bad, and you feel bad when that happens, and it's not necessarily the size of the joint, it's just not necessarily how you do it in the exhale and the inhale.
exactly. I did it to my friend the other day with I just got a V2 Carta, the Focus Carta dab or vape thing. And I had it upstairs with my friend, and he took a big old hit on it, like a big deep one, and it got him too right away. So it's just what you're
It'll
used
get
to,
you.
the way that you inhale, right?
But
And
I've given these micro dabs to like elderly people that have never used cannabis before, and I think there's only a small percentage of people that can understand. In order to give a micro dab, you basically need a pin.
yep,
Anything that's thicker, even a toothpick, will pull too much and give
yep.
like literally 4 or 5 times too much to the person. But if you can somehow control that dab, and I suspect that if there was a piece of equipment that existed where it was just a little handheld thing, watch, it'll be less than 2 years before this is out. This is happening right now on Hash Church. I guarantee it. But a little dispenser that had two different chambers, maybe a chamber that held material, and then a lower chamber that was the part of the chamber you'd heat up because you don't want to expose everything to heat each time. But to be
Yeah.
able to like dispense the amount that you want, and it doesn't matter how big it can go, it matters how small it can go.
Well, that's the
Cannabis is the
problem.
easiest thing to titrate. So I
Right.
tell people all the time, look, I can give you 10 mini, micro, tiny dabs, but I can't take back half of one too big dab.
It's the
Chimera,
easiest thing to
Chimera, can you
titrate, but it's
hold
the
on for a
easiest
second?
thing.
Chimera,
Yeah.
hold on for a second. Can you explain what vapor lock is? Because people are talking about it in the chat, like, oh, that's what it's called. Can you explain what that is? Because you coined that phrase when that happened to you after you were able to catch your breath, and I've carried that lingo with me. So
I
can you
don't even remember
explain?
that. I was probably just so high. That's what I said. But it was, yeah, it's essentially when you do such a huge amount of dab. Like, what's happening is, look, you've got the inside of your lungs, right? You can kind of think of it like a windshield, right? And when you take a sticky substance and you just splatter it all across the windshield, especially if there's, even on the micro level that you get with the vapor, it's still a mist, right? It's still like essentially a condensate. And so when you inhale it, it coats the inside of your lungs, at least for the moment before you start having transfer of the THC across the membrane, right? And if you're not that you're coating the whole windshield, but like you're taking up a significant amount of the surface area. So for a moment, you have less oxygen transfer, right? So if you're really taking large doses, which often happens when other people are controlling the size of the dose, yeah, you can you can
Especially if it's Sam controlling the size of the dose.
Yeah, well, and this has also happened, like you were just saying it right now. It's the easiest thing to titrate, but it's the hardest thing to dispense, and that's one of the things that's kept it so made cannabis. I mean, Ari used to talk about this a long time ago, but it's one of the things that has kept cannabis out of the pharmacopoeia, is that it's fat soluble and alcohol soluble and not water soluble. And temperature, and especially with refined oils and stuff, I mean, it's so temperature dependent on how it flows and the thickness and the viscosity of the oil and how you can put it through a syringe or a
Wow.
dosing device.
And
I mean,
how
these are
that changes depending on the THCA content and the content of aromatics. Like that, nothing stays the same. It's all
exactly,
ever-changing variables.
yeah. So I
Well,
question whether somebody will have the device in 2 years, right? It's like maybe you have the device for rosin or for wax or for something else, but as you know too, like even I like those new little blade. I haven't got one yet, but those little blade tools where you heat it, you dab into the, yeah, there you go. It's essentially a mini soldering iron, really, is what it is with a carbon tip or whatever the material is. But
And a
um,
flashlight for dabbing in the dark.
there you go. Can't get caught in the dark.
No,
But like even that, when you're putting it in the tool and you're heating it up, the surface now changes for the next time that it gets heated up, right? And so there's always this, and it's the chaz. It's essentially the chaz of the banger. It's like there's always some little remnants of the cannabinoid mixture and the plant mixture, the hash mixture that we can't fully clean off. And then we
what you
heat the
want
device up.
is you want the equivalent of a micro pipette.
Yeah, but how do you
yeah,
keep it flowing?
exactly.
How do you keep it flowing through that? Especially like Marcus is saying, when the solvent
We have
terp
to
to
feed in
cannabinoid
cold
ratio.
and have a small area that heats up. I don't know how you would do it in a way. Maybe it's a very small device. It's definitely who knows? It's going to be a big one because it's easy to do 10 and 20 milligrams. It's harder to do like 0.05 milligram, like something just so tiny that when I show it to people who puff, they're just like, oh my God, I can do like 300 of those for sure.
Yeah.
And it's like, in the meantime, the person who I'm giving it to, well, most people aren't perfect on a dab that size. They usually take 2 to 3 of them. But there has been the odd person that said, and I see in them right away, they're relieved that they got over this obstacle of
Yeah.
this thing that was kind of scary, that was just like unknown. And they got to taste it no matter what. That's really what I'm kind of going for with a microdose. I'm like, did you taste it? And I
Yeah.
always tell them the same thing, and none of them listen. I always say, blow it out right away. Inhale it and then blow it out right away. You would not believe that 100% of people do not blow it out right away. They hold it in. And that is why it's even more difficult to give the proper microdose, because if you give them one that's a little too big and they blow it out right away, they'll be fine. But if it's a little bit too big and they don't blow it out right away, they're going to be like overly high for
Yeah,
45 minutes.
I prefer smaller dabs, absolutely. But that said, I can remember the time Rob Clark took, well, it
Thanks
was
for
after,
telling this story. I was going to ask you to tell this story, by the way.
okay, what it
Go
was
ahead.
it was what was called a honey oil pipe, which is like a ball at the end with a long stem coming off of it, with a little tiny hole at the top of the round ball, so that you don't have to actually put the flame to it at all. You heat the glass underneath, and just for the fuck of it,
Half of this
Uh,
story is the look on Sam's face when he does the
yeah,
the
but
vapor.
what
But yeah,
what we did was we weighed 1 gram of 99.9 dry shake, put it in the bowl, and so that was uh yeah a really lot of THC, and we took it and I lit it for him, and he exhaled it first and took basically the whole hit in one draw, which was probably in the low 80% THC, and a full gram of it. And then he tried to take a breath and he couldn't. He went,
yeah, he had
and
vapor lock.
he was like that for more than a minute. And I thought I was going to be remembered as the guy who killed the first guy with cannabis. And
Well, you
and
would have been. If you could have done it, you definitely would have been that guy, dude.
yes, but luckily, just before he passed out, he was able to start taking little tiny breaths of air because I think he coated the entire surface of his all his lungs with with a film of THC, and
Yeah. Did you
Dude,
do
we
it?
on
never
the flip
did any.
side, I watched you knock people unconscious with just small bowls, little tiny pipefuls on a screen with a match. Unconscious, dude. People just like
Oh no, I
they
saw
weren't
it
ready
all the
for it.
time, but my goal was never to knock people out, to be honest. It's just
Nor was
they
mine,
wanted
but
to
I
make sure
bet you
they
knocked
got a
more
full
people out than I
experience.
did. I bet you knocked more people out than I did, dude. I can't believe I didn't get knocked out the first time I smoked your shit. I honestly thought I was like as close to being knocked out as I've ever been in my life because I never have actually been knocked out, but I felt like the black move in on either side and I felt everything just get like tighter and I was just like
And
all
then
right.
you
And
heard
you
the
were
ringing in
and
your ears like,
oh, oh dude, all of it. While it was happening, I look up at you and you've got the bong in your hand loaded and you're like, have another. Like, oh my God. And I took another bong rip while I was feeling that way. And I'll be honest, it totally brought me back. It saved me, I think, from becoming unconscious because I just never been that high in my life. I know I've told the stories many times, but it was
well, I myself
whew,
personally like smaller hits, but lots of them.
honest. It totally brought yes.
Yeah.
I'm not a big
Small
like
but extremely
monster
potent.
dad.
Yeah, what the first time I smoked with you and old Ed at Positronics, I had the same sensation. I got the wah 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 and the very tightening. Yeah, I can also agree with you 100%, Marcus.
I
Dude, I
remember
fucking
having that
knocked
moment
out
at
old
the
Ed.
I remember having that
Go
moment at
ahead,
the
Ryan.
party house with Sam and Marcus. And yeah, we were up on the third floor, no, second floor. It was the second floor. And just
Well,
that
when I
that little
was
colored blue
younger,
pipe.
when I was younger, my motto used to be always too much. But I still kind of agree with that, but in small doses.
Yeah. Well, I remember that having that same moment, just being so high and looking up, and you're like right in my face, going, "Are you still smoking?"
Oh my God, dude. Those were the
Yeah,
good old days. Who would have known that those were the good old days, man? Who would have known?
yeah, yeah.
Only you
Well,
could
I
know
like the
when you
Pax Party House because the Cannabis Cup's there. The rest of the building was a police station.
Right. I remember that underneath. That's right. Yeah, those were the days that I went to the Cannabis Cup. Really, it was good set of years.
You know,
Yeah,
best
I
you
kept going. I kept going. They were busting people at ears, and then it was changing. I went to the Cambodia Cup, the one where it was across from the milk vag, and it was on like the third floor, but there was like holes in the concrete that you could fall through multiple floors that they had just like kind of put boxes around, and there was one elevator, and like the elevator was like 800 kilos or something, some stupid low number. And every American dude that was there was 300 pounds. There's like hundreds of us, and going up was no problem. But when we all tried to go down, holy fuck, it took hours to get everyone down this fucking elevator because there was no staircase. It was just an elevator, and it was like 6 people or something, or 5 people that could go on it at once. It was insane.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was one of the last years. It was the guy who owns the milk bag. He couldn't do it there anymore, but he was like, I have a warehouse that I store things across the street. And I'll never forget it because the floors were like 1.5 feet thick of concrete, and there was holes in them that were like 4 feet by 2 feet or 3 feet. Like you'd die if you fell in this hole. And I'm like, this isn't a good like lining up of like people are passing out on stable ground at the Cannabis Cup. You don't want to put like holes that go down multiple floors. That just seemed like now luckily no one ever perished, but I did hear that it took them like some ungodly like 3 hours plus to get everyone that was upstairs. That's how many people they took that went up there to get them down. Super slow elevator too. Not even an elevator, a lift. One of those, them there Dutch lifts. Fit like 3 Canadians.
Those are the Schindler's.
12:58?
Those are the Schindler's lifts.
Have time.
Schindler's lifts. Interesting. I watched your video where you had like 30 bags you pressed Marcus. Yes, that sounds like the video where I pressed a half pound of Where's My Bike into 60 grams of flower rosin. And that video to this day is the most watched video on my channel. 4.7 million views on that video. Had they allowed me to monetize my channel back then, that one video would be worth $79,900. That's what I would have paid for that video had they allowed cannabis to be monetized. My channel's views currently, which are 20 something million, would be $360,000 of monetization that I never gave. Not only did they not give me that, they never gave me my button that you get when you get to 100,000 subscribers. They were like, no, we're not sending that. You're a cannabis account. And Remo's the same way, obviously. You're supposed to get these at all your different milestones. So just one more thing they're taking away from the cannabis influencer or whatever you call us.
We're gonna have to buy one
Kind of
off of eBay and send you one.
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Beast to send me one. He's got like 8,000 of them.
Somebody's got to be selling
Crazy.
money. I bet you they are.
All right.
Yeah, you know how you want to get the one that you earned. You want to get the one that you earned.
No, you cannot have your cannabis. No, not for you.
You are not allowed to have it. Listen, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. 300 people still watching live in the room, chatting. Bingo Lombardi holding it down. Camden Fragman, Full Melt Phil, John Maddox, Diana Amsterdam. Much love to everyone for spending the last part of the year with us here. We've got maybe 1 or 2 more Hash Church, maybe 1 actually for this year. And then the next one will be, I'm trying to figure out whether I'm going to do 6.0 or if I'm just going to leave that behind and call the next one Season 11, which is the 11th year that we've been doing it for. So it might jump to Season 11. Don't be confused if it does. But yeah, just thank everyone for coming and sharing their time with us. Appreciate each and every one of you. Wade, as always, thank you so much for really bringing up the right parts of the conversation. Sometimes we need guidance, and you're always here for us. Skunkman Sam, I know you're not feeling good, brother, but I'm really glad that you can. I was super sad when Diana said you might not make it today. I'm glad you came in. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, much love to everybody.
I'm laying in bed and I'm getting by.
Good. Well, that's better than laying in bed and not getting by. So we'll be sending our thoughts and prayers and blowing smoke signals towards you throughout the week. Hopefully, we'll see everyone again next week. I don't know if there'll be a planned show or not for the end of the year. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, may the full melt bless your bowls sooner than later.